All right. We live now. Let me join this. Mute tab. Boom. This as well. Boom. Man, Kick Chat is wacky when you have a small channel, because it basically never clears. I don't dislike the fact that there's like a chat history and stuff, but or that there is like an infinite chat history, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But let me just like this. Boom. Oh yeah, let me open the YouTube chat. Let me change the category. I'm gonna try streaming in a different category when it comes to YouTube. Oh, never mind. Using politics is probably the right one, especially for today's stream. All right. Pop out chat. Pop off chat. Slay. Slay queen. Live chat. Let's go. All right. Let me take this off because it's getting hot in here. And let's play some music, and we'll get started. All right. And we're on. Welcome to the stream. So, what are we gonna do? I'm just gonna stall a little bit just to begin with. Let's see. Sophie linked me a meme in the memes channel on my Discord, so I shall check that out for a starter. Alright, what's going on here? Oh god, it's loud. Okay, it's the Paris Trains anime version. Where's the... I hope to see like conflict in the opening. Show me the protests of the railway workers. Those are old ass. And this is the newer version of Train. They've updated most of them. Okay. Wow. This is from 10 years ago. Okay, that explains a lot. This is what every Parisian goes, well, what most Parisians go through for their 1 hour commutes to work and back. Basically, what is it, like 1 million people in the heart of Paris and 10 million in the outskirts that have to use the longer trains. I was looking at something else. Did I close that tab? Oh, I think I did. Okay, let me fix that real quick. Error.
Did Hitler escape to Argentina via the back rooms? Although it was once firmly believed that Hitler's bunker was used as a podcasting and rap studio,
True.
New evidence suggests that it may have been a pathway into the infinite office space dimension known as the back rooms.
Wow, we're learning.
In 1938, German scientist Dr. Heisenberg invented a pill called Pevitin that increased one's chances of no clipping into the back rooms by over 1,000%. The German army began using the pill en masse, and several troops began to glitch out of reality and were never seen again. But for the few who did return, they spoke of moist carpets, yellow office spaces, and encounters with several car beings who claimed they were sent by Car Hitler in order to make an interdimensional alliance of fascists.
This is the most factual History Channel documentary I've ever seen, by the way.
Surrounded Germany at the end of World War II. Many prominent...
I need to send this to that conspiracy theory YouTuber we were watching the other day.
Opted to glitch out of reality and use the back rooms in an attempt to navigate to Argentina. After his specially constructed Führer bunker failed to connect Berlin with Karl Germany, Hitler found himself facing the choice to either glitch out of reality and potentially be murked by a gigachad, or challenge the Allies to a rap battle and save Germany from certain defeat.
We had Eminem. He stood no chance.
Hitler would ultimately choose the latter option.
As those historical photos show, he did do the right choice.
That would cost him his life.
Pixar, what have you done? Well, look, it's not Pixar's fault, okay? Pixar is not responsible for alternate dimensions and what happens there. Oh yeah, this is a post from Destiny I wanted to look through, but I haven't yet done so. But apparently there's a lot of there's this whole article that goes into criticisms of the study supporting medicalized gender transition in adolescence. Oh, we can maybe listen to the story. Ooh. It's 21 minutes long. Okay.
Briefing.
Maybe no, okay. Maybe I'll do that like if I'm I'll do that if I'm playing a game, I guess. I was thinking of watching it off stream or reading it off stream though. Oh, his thread has been locked. Oh, probably because people are like wilding out against the police. So this is some footage. This is some footage I wanted to share with everyone from today in Paris, and it's pretty fucking crazy. There has already been a lot of violence happening during the protests. So that's not something that's particularly new. But here, let me fix the lighting. It's bothering me. So this is where was I at? Oh yeah. There's been a lot of violence in the protests in France for the past month and even longer. However, it seems like a new bar has been crossed over. This is some next level shit. They're fucking bombing the riot police. That seemed like some kind of Molotov cocktail, or it's something flammable. And you got fireworks directly shot at them. All sorts of projectiles. Guys like running in, trying to like strike them with a 4x4, or just a wooden stick rather. It was wild, and I was busy with other stuff today, so I didn't even know what was going on. I only knew about it because then I was in someone's car earlier, and on the radio there was this. They were talking about how many people were being arrested in the protests. So I was like, "Damn, this shit's like getting crazy," and it is. It actually is. So I pulled up an article that we can go through here. Where is it? Where is it? It's not in my tabs anymore. Oh, there it is. Okay. And we can kind of follow the timeline of what's been happening today. Let me do that real quick for you. So, it starts off. Yeah, let's zoom into the text. And you're not going to be able to read it anyways, but I'll translate it for you. The government is betting on the opposition petering out. That was this morning's news. In Paris, the protest was supposed to start at 2 p.m. In other towns, it started already in the morning. Perturbation for the air traffic. Multiple metro stations closed. It's still all about the retirement age. Now, the 1st May, for those unfamiliar with it, the 1st May is a special day. It's the workers. I don't even know why the 1st of May is a special. It's the Fête du Travail. It's to celebrate work. But why is it? Oh, okay. It's celebrating the social acquisitions of workers. Ever since the fight for 8-hour days. It has communist origins, basically. On the 20th of July, 1889, the Second Socialist International decided to make every 1st May day of striking and protest with the goal of reducing the workday to 8 hours. And it actually happened between the 2 world wars. I've thought about it multiple times. I'm not like a communist, but you have to give credit where credit's due. The socialist movements in France are the origin of a lot of the much better working conditions in countries like France. So you got the preparations for the protest. Oh, an article about the usage of drones to surveil the protests. 4 prefects wanted to film the. Come on, just okay. Just scrolled me all the way up. Nice website. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm just gonna zoom out. Yeah, the drone usage has been very. It is legal. It is legal for the police to use drones right now in France, but it is something that's being contested. 20,000. Oh yeah, let's go through some. Oh yeah, here's the drone article. All right, this was the protest in Strasbourg. Strasbourg. Okay, this one's normal. And during the day, anyways, it's something I've talked about already. During the day, during the afternoon, there isn't really much rioting, if at all. It's when you stick around, the moments where you're going to see violence, where you're going to be in danger yourself, or whether it's from the police or from rioters, is it's after the protest usually. The people who stick around after the protest is supposed to have dispersed. The police are going to try to disperse those people, they're going to fight back, and it usually becomes a shit show. So this was in Strasbourg, around noon. Laurent Berger, the leader of the CFDT, one of the big unions, was calling for the continuation of the alliance between the unions. Sophie Binet, the Secretary General of the CGT, another one, the largest union in France.
Mais les remontées qu'on a montrent que globalement on est sur un étiage très élevé, sachant que le 1er mai l'année dernière on était à 150 000, 200 000 manifestants.
Basically saying that she sees the protest, the mobilization as a great success. There are larger numbers than ever for the protests.
Ne passe pas, qu'il faut la retirer.
She believes that they can still turn around the law against the law for the reform of retirement age.
Aussi solitaire, il y a un fossé inédit.
Nice, the police van driving in the background.
Ça ne peut pas durer. Il faut retirer cette réforme.
It cannot last. We have to remove this reform.
Une loi d'abrogation qui soit inscrite à l'ordre du jour du Parlement, ce qui permettra enfin aux députés de voter sur la question de la réforme des retraites et d'abroger cette réforme. Et ainsi, on pourra passer à autre chose et parler salaire.
Interesting. There is a law. There's a law against this law that's going to be reviewed in the Parliament. So there is a chance to perhaps overrule the reform for the opposition. Labor Day, right? That's the English term. Usage of drones. Today was validated, despite the complaints of the liberty defense of liberty organizations, lawyer syndicate, lawyer unions, etc. A paint attack at the Place Vendôme. An action by activists from the Dernière Rénovation against the rich people in solidarity with the workers for Labor Day. Interesting. This is a pretty wacky, all things considered, part of Paris. The Place Vendôme, for those unfamiliar with it, it's the Ritz Hotel. It's a bunch of crazy luxury jewelers. They're chanting Paris, stand up, rise up. Or Paris standing up, rise up, or it doesn't necessarily make very much semantic sense. Militants of Extinction Rebellion cover the Louis Vuitton Foundation with paint. Part of another part of the anti-rich activism for Labor Day. Okay, so they did Place Vendôme, they did the Louis Vuitton Foundation. You have to use a darker red paint, Mang. True. I actually have been to the Louis Vuitton Foundation. It's a really great museum. I even live streamed when I was there. That being said, I honestly don't disagree with this kind of vandalism. No one's really being harmed. Ironically, this actually, like, splashing paint randomly on the Louis Vuitton logo actually fits some of their designs. They should pay them for this. But it is a nice museum to visit when they have an expo that you're interested in. It's definitely a good place to go to if you're in Paris. If you're interested in art. But yeah, obviously it represents Louis Vuitton. It was LVMH is the big luxury conglomerate. Louis Vuitton. I forgot what the M stands for, and then H for Hermès. So it'll just be put on the poor Louis Vuitton customers, SMH. The silence is funny. Well, it's it definitely is funny, but because no one's there. So you have to realize the Louis Vuitton Foundation is in the middle of a forest. It's in the middle of a big park here in Paris. So no one's around there, especially like on noon on Labor Day. No one's there. Oh, it's Louis Vuitton, Moet, Hennessy. Oh, I thought it was Hermès. Okay, so it's liquor and luxury. Damn, nice. Profiting off of addictions too. It's champagne, monsieur. Yes, yes. This is the same type of protest done in Place Vendôme where there actually are people, and here they're oops. Here they're chanting. Here they're actually chanting. So this is the Ritz Hotel. Like all the other buildings here are hyper. Okay, this is the Ministry of Justice, so that's like an official French building. But there's also like super luxury jewelers all around the area. And here they're cheering, they're chanting. They got slogans and stuff. But I have to tell you, it's normal that it's silent in the Louis Vuitton Foundation. It's in the Bois de Boulogne, yeah, it's in the forest of Boulogne, on the west side of Paris. All right, then at 1:20 p.m., 7,200 people in Toulon, according to authorities, 20,000 according to unions. So this is a funny thing that happens every single protest here in Paris. You have this this kind of like war over, like fight in the media over how many protesters actually were. The joke generally goes, according to police, there were 3 people in the streets. According to the unions, there was 50 million. The joke being that the implication of the joke being that everyone's fucking lying to serve their own propaganda. The end result is that you kind of have no fucking clue how many. The result is there. No one really knows how many protesters were there. Unless you were there, then you kind of do see the size of the protests, size of the gatherings, but it's hard to tell. I may be biased. I do tend to give a little bit more. I don't think it's somewhere in the middle. I think it's probably somewhere closer to the union estimates than the police estimates, because the police estimates have been ridiculous sometimes, where you have like the biggest protests ever in the history of Paris, and they're like, yeah, there was 100,000 people, maybe 150, and you're like, no, that doesn't really make sense. The Brave M were mobilized today. But not on the front lines. So the Brave M have a really shitty reputation right now in France, because they were caught on camera committing brutality against innocent people in the context of the protests. They were harassing like a young person of color who actually wasn't even a protester. He was just fucking walking around. If I recall correctly in the recording, they didn't use any racial slurs, but they obviously profiled him. They were like particularly bullying him, hitting him, insulting him, trying to provoke a reaction, and yeah, they're normal police, lol. By American standards, yeah, but by European standards, they're not supposed to behave that way. And American standards, obviously, they're not supposed to behave that way either. But they're basically at it seems to be at this point in time that they're probably the worst brigade that gets mobilized in those situations in France. They have a terrible reputation. Those scandals aren't new. It's just that now the public attention is on them. The prefect of the Paris police say that obviously they will be mobilized, however, not on the front line, he added. He also added that sanctions will be very quickly considered against their members who were shown to have humiliating and threatening actions against protesters in a recent mobilization. Oh, I might be confusing with a different recording. Oh yeah, this is the recording. It's only audio. It's oh yeah, I am confusing with a different recording. But yeah, so it starts off. I'm gonna give a quick translation. It starts off with, "Don't worry, we took a photo of your face. We'll be able to find you. You can just go on, show up at the next protests, and I can tell you." And I can tell you, we'll remember your face. We'll find you at the next protest if you show up. Don't worry. Next time we find you, you're not gonna be in the police car. We're not taking you to the police station. You'll be getting into an ambulance. You'll be sent to the hospital. And just for context as well, those police aren't supposed to be ensuring safety for protests. Those are police. I'm saying that technically all police can be mobilized for protests. There's nothing outside of regulations or normal procedures, standard operating procedures that's happening here. But what I mean by that is they are normally supposed to be the vehicular branch of the police, if I recall correctly. I think the acronym BRAV. Let me check, look it up real quick. It stands for, Brigade for the Repression of Violent Motor Action. They're supposed to be there to do like car chases, but they do have a reputation of being cowboys, basically, of thinking they're being cowboys, basically. So I confuse this with another recording of brutality. In this one, they are only threatening the guy with beating the shit out of him, which is, wow, that's so much better. So he's telling them to stop smiling. Oh yeah, he does slap him. We hear him slap him, so there is brutality. Okay, okay, yeah. Stop smiling. Will he shut the fuck up, or do you want another one? Obviously, he's trying to hit him again. The other one's like, look at your buddies who aren't talking, who aren't smiling, or whatever the hell they want to stop doing. Will he shut up, or do you want to get hit again? He's saying no. I'm not gonna shut up.
Tu fermes pas, tu commences à bégayer, t'en veux peut-être une, non? Pour te remettre la mâchoire droite.
You want another one, so because so you can talk correctly.
Surtout, hésite pas de dire ça là-bas. Dire ça où? Là-bas. Là-bas où? Là-bas? Là-bas où? Vous allez nous ramener où?
Yeah, the guy. Okay, the guy's. It's a bit awkward, but he's telling them, okay, yeah, please say that again to me over there. And the police officer like, over there, where? Over there, where? At the police station.
Commissariat, moi j'y vais pas. Y a que toi qui parlera. Voilà, c'est pour ça que tu fais ça.
And the police, the officer responds, at the police station, I'm not going to be there. You're going to be the only one talking at the police station. And the guy responds, yeah, obviously, that's why you're doing this here. And the police are like, huh? That's why you're doing this. You know, I can come sleep with you if you want. Well, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. The first one. Oh god, it gets. Oh no, it gets. Oh god, this is so cringe. So now the text in white is the police. The police is asking him, okay, so the first one to get an erection is the one who fucks the other one in the ass. We'll teach you to respect. We'll teach you respect. You don't really understand your situation. You weren't educated. When I caught you, you started shaking. I'm the one who hit you first, who tripped you first. If you want to go back come back to the streets, you should work on your cardio. When you cross the street, you are already out of breath. You know, you have a really fucking hittable face. Tête à claque. Okay, there's not a good translation for that.
Tu sais que t'as une sacrée tête à claque quand même. Vraiment. Tout à l'heure, on est arrivé, t'as bandé vers l'intérieur, gros.
Earlier, when you saw us coming, you had a reverse erection. You didn't have a cock anymore. God, the like this like weird homophobic, homoerotic subtext is so fucking weird. This is like what Tate lovers think masculinity is. God damn. Honestly, brutality or flirting. Well, obviously, sexual harassment and brutality. Right? I can hear these guys mocking the one they're threatening. That's just ew. Yeah. We're laughing at him. Look at your friends. They're respecting us. They aren't opening their mouths for nothing. The lady, she stopped. There was no problem. I don't care, he responds. You're too disrespectful for me, I swear. It's crazy. Don't worry, your face, we have a photo of it. Oh, this is the thing I already translated, where they're saying they're gonna send him into to the hospital, not to the police station. They're gonna end up in the ambulance. Don't worry. Yeah, laugh. You'll see. Why are you laughing? We fuck up. Black blocs is the term for like the local Antifa, or like that's how they would be called in the U.S. Basically, the rioters, the people who go to the roads to break shit, we call them black blocs here in France. We fuck up black blocs all day. I can tell you they've got balls when they show up, but though afterwards they go back to cry to their grandmas. Yeah, they pick up their teeth as well. Ha ha ha. You're lucky. I saw your face. You honestly make I pity you. I almost want to just like buy you a drink. You don't know. You're in Paris. You think you're hot stuff. You hang out. But we'll find you. You want to understand what hit you. If you want, I'll remove my my armor, my equipment. I'll fuck you up.
Ça crame des phalanges en garde de soirée, ça bloque son lycée avec une barrière là.
He's accusing him of he's saying yeah, you burn trash on all day, you put up blockades in your school, you flip us the bird from 100 meters away, but you can't assume shit when you're facing us. Parents failed your education. Like all the people we arrest, once we get them to sit down, they're like, well, now you can't do anything to me. Well, yeah, that's how it fucking works. You're not supposed to beat someone up when they're just sitting down. Jesus Christ, those people are horrible. And then the chief is calling for them to move on. They need to go intervene in some other place. So the guy tells him, "Yeah, you're lucky. We gotta go beat up some other people."
Personne. Si t'as l'occasion de regarder la télé, regarde bien. Prochaine fois, tu sauras ce qui t'attend quand tu reviendras.
Go check us out on TV. You'll see what will happen to you if we find you again.
Et demain matin, il va sortir avec une OQTF. Ça me fait rigoler en plus. Un truc de ouf.
Okay, this is fucked up too. So they're saying, yeah, we'll bring this guy over to. We'll arrest him. We'll send him to jail, and tomorrow he'll be out with an OQTF is an obligation to leave the French territory. It's something that when that can happen to immigrants or foreign residents. It's basically the legal procedure that says like you can't live in France anymore. I see the person they're harassing is a person of color, so they're like we'll kick you out of we'll make sure you're kicked out of the country.
T'as déjà pris une vraie branlée ou pas?
Have you ever been really beaten up or not?
Non.
No.
Un jour ça va arriver.
One day it'll happen.
Vraiment, regarde tous tes potes, il y en a pas un qui bronche.
Look at your friends. Not one of them is a bronche. Not one of them is like doing anything because they're well educated.
Le jour où ça va tomber dessus.
The day it'll happen to you.
Tu vas prendre quoi, 6 mois?
I hope tomorrow you're deferred. It'll take. Oh yeah, I hope tomorrow your case is deferred. It'll take what, 6 months?
Ouais, 6 mois, c'est bien, une OQTF.
6 months and kicked out of the country. Did he have an ID on him?
Vous avez une pièce d'identité sur vous, monsieur, ou pas?
Do you have an ID? Yeah, I already gave it. Where's your ID?
Montrez-la moi,
Pull it out. Show me your ID. You're pissing me off. It's a resident card, a foreign resident. All right, you're gonna be arrested, and then you're gonna be kicked out of the country. It's over for you. What's your nationality? From Chad. Oh, you're from Chad? Seriously? Yeah, we'll send him back to Chad. How long have you been in France? 4 years. 4 years that you've been in France? Damn, that's a lot. And what made you feel like coming out to vandalize French public property? I haven't vandalized anything. You haven't vandalized anything? Oh yeah, by the way, some context for this. This guy is accused. So the reason he got arrested in the first place was he was being accused of vandalism. He was not convicted of anything. It's pretty clear that he wasn't. They just caught a random guy in the street. He wasn't responsible for anything, and that's his version of events. And he wasn't convicted. So why did you run? Don't give me an excuse. You ran. Why did you run? Audible. You're going for a jogging?
À chaque fois, les gars, c'est là que je me dis que c'est débile. Quand tu me fais, quand t'es un vrai sportif qui sait un minimum courir, t'attaches tes chaussures. Avec des dégaines comme ça, je te garantis que tu vas pas loin. Tu peux pas courir.
They're making fun of him for good. I don't know, but like apparently he said that he was out running or something, and they're making fun of his shoes. How did you come from the Chad? Did you cross the sea to Spain? And he responds, making fun of him. Yeah, I swam. You know Ventimiglia?
Malaga?
Malaga?
Malaga, ça va? Tu connais pas Malaga?
You don't know Malaga? Oh, they're accusing him of being an illegal immigrant originally, basically. Obviously, he's legal now, but at the moment of the recording. But from Chad, how did you come here? Where did you go through? Did you go through Spain or Italy? The plane. Yeah, he took a fucking plane. No shit. He's got papers. Why are they? God. No, it's just to know. You got your papers. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go cause trouble for you. I'm just curious. That's all. I'm curious. I want to know. There's no judgment there, dude. Oh God, this is so stupid. You can tell this is one of those cops who like fucking watches right wing media all day. He thinks all people of color are gonna be like they are all illegal immigrants. There's no way they can come to the country, through the airport, do their paperwork, and be residents. Recorded by who? If I recall correctly, I think it was either the person being harassed here or one of his friends, or maybe not a friend, but like because there was several people lined up and being arrested on the street. And one of them basically managed to like put their phone on like audio recording without being noticed by the police, because otherwise they would have like taken away his phone or broken it or whatever. You came by plane, right? That's what he fucking said. And his buddy's like, yeah, he grabbed onto the wing of the plane. You're shitting us. Wow, you cried like a little girl. That's incredible. Who cried? Him. No, really? Why did you cry? Oh, it's not me. I didn't do anything. That's good. Cry more, you'll piss less.
Il habite à Saint-Denis.
He lives in Saint-Denis.
Mercredi à Saint-Denis en sécu.
Oh yeah, we're going into Saint-Denis on Wednesday for a mission.
On va le retrouver.
We'll find him. I've never seen a guy from Saint-Denis cry like this. Saint-Denis is like one of the poorest. Oh wait, was that the end already? Oh wait, no, that wasn't the end yet. I closed it by accident. Liberté, égalité, fraternité, by the way. Yeah. I mean, look, everyone knows like the George Floyd, what happened to George Floyd in the US, stuff like that. In the past 10 years in France, we've had police rape a fucking kid with a baton in the street. Fucking, I don't remember if the kid was just hospitalized or if he actually died from the bleeding. Then they the case of Adama Traoré, I haven't looked into it. That one's a bit more controversial. I don't want to pronounce myself without like reading up on it because I haven't yet. There have been a few. I mean, there's been a lot of cases. Obviously, in protests, a lot of brutality happens and violence happens in the protests. I think it was last year or 2 years ago, there was this, it's just one example among many others, an old lady who wasn't involved at all in the protests in Marseille. She died because the police who was supposed to shoot tear gas into the crowd accidentally shot the tear gas grenade into this old lady's apartment through her window, and the tear gas killed her because, you know, old lady, probably respiratory issues, etc., etc. So, you know, tear gas grenade, not good. At least that was unintentional. Oh yeah, Michel Zecler. Oh yeah, fuck, that one was super fucked up. That one was super fucked up because it showed that the whole system is rotten. Zecler, a rap producer who just stepped out of his studio to like smoke a cigarette or get a breather while he was working in his music studio. Police roll up. Beat him up, beat the shit out of him. He had to be in the hospital for weeks. He was super fucked up by that. And then when the police fill out their paperwork, they set up their whole stuff. They make it look like the guy. I don't remember what was their excuse, that he was like dealing drugs or something like that. It is only later when journalists managed to put their hands on a CCTV recording showing everything that happened, because turns out that there was a camera filming the front of the studio. It was only then that that finally the police was actually going to be made responsible for their actions, but they were able to. But even then, I don't remember the outcome of the affair, but it was. Oh yeah, it's still ongoing. It's still ongoing. Okay, yeah, the police are still the police officers involved in the beating are still in under investigation and have been fired or suspended from the police, and they are under strict judiciary control. That's something that happens generally better in France than the U.S. They're not going to be hired in a different state. Basically, they're not getting retirement with pensions at this point. Probably not. We'll have to see how the court case goes. Anyways. We're back to you cried. Aren't they on paid leave? Good question. I don't know how let me see. Yep. Yep, a suspended police officer conserves their pay. Yeah, they still have their salary. They absolutely do. So 4 police officers were immediately suspended, then mise en examen, which means they're under investigation. It's a bit more than being under investigation. But basically, a judge considers that they are very likely to have committed a crime. 2 of them are immediately condemned, then liberated on the 22nd of December 2020 under strict judiciary control, and the 2 others are placed under judiciary control. Okay, so the 2 who are the 2 of them who are actually condemned are barred from ever working as a government worker or police or owning a weapon, and also barred from ever contacting the victim or anyone else involved in the investigation. And 2 others are placed under judiciary control. That's not a lot, but I'm surprised they didn't go to prison, honestly. But anyways.
C'est bien, Fleur, tu seras moins.
C'est pas faux. Et ça, c'est un bon raisonnement.
Il habite à Saint-Denis.
Oh putain,
He lives in Saint-Denis.
À Saint-Denis en sécu.
c'est la tâche.
Ah ouais. On va le retrouver.
Devant la porte. J'avais vu un mec de Saint-Denis pleurer. Ah ouais, pleurer, ouais. Et il est là. Il a même pas de substitut.
Il a pas de truc.
Dans le 3e. Est-ce qu'il branle dans le 3e?
What the fuck are you doing here?
Il n'y a plus le RER.
T'es en soirée?
T'es venu manifester?
Did you come to protest? Protest what? Did you come to party? Why aren't you talking anymore?
Samba do Brasil. T'as décidé de garder le silence.
You decided to stay silent? Alright. Never jail, yeah. Anyways, that's just some context to know why why there had to be a mention of like where the Brave M Brigade is going to be. Oh shit, Mélenchon. Oh damn. Mélenchon, the leader of the leftist coalition in France, says he is absolutely certain that the retirement age will be pushed back to 60 years. Present on the Place de la République a few minutes before the beginning of the protest, Jean-Luc Mélenchon assured the whole crowd that he was certain that we would be able to go back to 60 years. What I'm calling for is do not concede anything, never, ever. The fight continues until we've won, basically.
Et enfin, dans la vie, avec la retraite à 60 ans que nous avions décidé et mis en place en 1981.
I have to. He's campaigning. He absolutely is campaigning. What I find hilarious with this is we're basically in a situation where like. We lost, okay? I'm saying we. I mean, the opposition lost, okay? The law went through. The protests are probably not going to change anything. And he's not there. He's not standing there being like, yeah, we're gonna fight. We're gonna bring it back to 62. We're gonna take down his law. No, he's there. He's like, we're gonna take it to 60 years. It's as if, remember when there was the push for the minimum wage at like $15 in the U.S. Imagine if instead of getting $15 an hour, like the most states were like, you know what, we're gonna reduce the minimum wage. And the response would be like Bernie getting on stage and be like, well, now we're gonna fight for the minimum wage at $20 an hour. And you'd be like, what the fuck? We just lost. And you're asking for even more. What's going on? But yeah, obviously he's campaigning. Simon Dutel from the Solidarity movement estimates that unions have to keep up the pressure so that the conversation doesn't move on, that the social anger does not fall back down. He says. In the inter-union meeting, oh fuck. No leader believes in the validation of the reform on Wednesday by the Constitutional Court. Everyone's focusing on the 8th June and the proposition on the law proposition from the LIOT group. By then, a protest should happen. Answers tomorrow night. Okay, yeah. So this is the counter proposal to. They're going to try to vote a law through that opposes this law, to like override this new law. Okay, this is the interesting. This is the tweet from the French police, from the Paris police, concerning the pre-protest controls, claiming that 2,740 people were controlled before the protest started. 22 people were arrested within those controls. They claim to have confiscated illegal equipment. Why are ski masks illegal? Police tweets are the most cringe thing on earth. Yeah. I get pepper spray, right? Pepper spray is not legal to bring to a protest here in Paris, but gas mask, like personal protective equipment, is absolutely. Yeah, I know, because they block tear gas, but it's not illegal. That's my issue. I get that it blocks tear gas, of course it does, but if it's not illegal, what's the basis to confiscate that? That's I feel like that should be a fucking lawsuit. But yeah, like wacky Polish firecrackers and tear gas, I'm fully okay. And obviously an Opinel knife, obviously you confiscate that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Beginning of the protest. Oh, when is this? Oh yeah, 2:20 p.m. Beginning of the protest. A black bloc in front at the front line of the protest. Beginning of tensions. Yeah, they're throwing shit at the riot police. Make it big. All legal in the US, we chillin' with an AK-2. Yeah, I know. Meanwhile, Marine Le Pen was having a reunion in the city of Le Havre, and she accuses Macron of being the one and only person directly responsible for the violence on the streets. Quote, she says,
"Le président ne peut pas gouverner en surfant sur la confrontation de tous contre tous."
A president cannot cannot govern by using the confrontation of everyone against everyone else.
Sauf à n'engendrer finalement que l'opposition de tous contre lui.
Except if he wants to create the opposition of everyone against him.
En ignorant l'esprit des lois et
by ignoring the spirit of the law.
Unanime, une violence institutionnelle.
And by targeting against the people by targeting an institutional violence against the will of the majority, he's provoking, maintaining, and even feeding the condemnable violence in the streets. You got to remember, she is far right wing. Okay, she needs to both support the people protesting, because there are people protesting who are among her voter base, but still condemn the violence and like support the police. She's in the balancing act here.
Directement et seul responsable du bouillonnement de la rue.
But hey, as long as she says it's all Macron's fault, as long as she shits on Macron, she'll get the support she wants.
Devenu perpétuel de cette contestation légitime que le mépris affiché et les provocations inutiles assétifient chaque jour davantage.
She's
Une
grandstanding.
réforme contestée, il a amené le pays à une crise institutionnelle.
This very contested reform has brought the country about to institutional crisis. I'm a fan. I honestly I love all three of them. I miss real politics. I have to confess, as much I like French people will complain about anything, especially politics. But yeah, this is a lot better than Trump. This is a lot better than U.S. politics in the past like 10 years. I'm not gonna complain about in that comparison. Oh yeah, wait. Let me check something because we're supposed to. Okay, I'll check out your link in a second. I need to check because I'm supposed to get food, and it probably should have arrived already. I need to check if we got the Trump, Biden, DeSantis. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna simp for Biden though. Biden's Oh, we don't have a delivery person yet. That's fine. Biden's fucking Dark Biden meme or Dark Brandon meme at the White House the other day. That was a good meme. It's dumb. It's obviously not like real politics, but it was a good meme. I respect that. I respect the hustle. I just love Biden, okay? Biden is awesome, but everyone knows it, so it's no fun. True. Anyways, back to Marine Le Pen.
Et d'une crise institutionnelle à une impasse politique.
And taking us from an institutional crisis to a political impasse.
Il ne faudrait pas que son entêtement puéril fasse basculer le pays dans le désordre et le chaos.
His childish obstinacy should not bring the country down into chaos and unrest.
Symbole terrible de l'impuissance politique. L'État ne parvient plus à organiser la visite d'un monarque d'une nation amie.
A grave symbol of how far we've fallen, the state is no longer capable of organizing the visit of a foreign monarch in our country.
Les ministres n'arrivent plus à se déplacer pour l'inauguration du moindre rond-point.
Ministers can no longer move around the country to inaugurate. She's talking about the inaugurations of fucking. How is it called when when cars need to for intersections when you do a round thing for the cars to like circle around? How is that called in English? God, I'm a roundabout. Yeah. When ministers can no longer inaugurate roundabouts or traffic circles. Okay, thank you.
Mais qu'en sera-t-il des JO?
And what will happen for the Olympics?
Faut-il s'attendre encore?
For this great national and sportive event, should we expect more humiliations?
Emmanuel Macron voulait mettre le pays en marche, il l'a mis en panne.
Emmanuel Macron wanted to. This is a pretty smart word, pretty clever wordplay. En Marche, which was the name of Emmanuel Macron's party, which means in movement, like marching. So she's saying Emmanuel Macron wanted to put this country en marche, which is also an expression to like turn something on. In French, it has both meanings. And she's saying Macron wanted to turn this country on, and instead he left it broken. Clapper.
Emmanuel Macron voulait incarner le mouvement. La France est paralysée quand le monde.
Macron wanted to incarnate movement, but France is paralyzed.
Rarement un président.
Rarely has a president been so disconnected, so besieged, and yet still so arrogant. Rarely has, never has a government been this incommunicative. I mean, she's saying like, or ghosting basically.
Vaporeux et transparent.
transparent. Wait, oh, she used the word. She used the word transparent, but not in. It doesn't have the same meaning in this context. It means like she's saying like this government is basically weak and smoke and mirrors. She's also okay. It's not part of this clip, but she also this is an interesting quote, and this is also interesting because this is similar to some stuff I've seen from the U.S. right wing. There was this like little propaganda comic we made fun of a couple of weeks ago that was kind of going in this direction. She says, "I incarnate the true ecology and have for the past 10 years by opposing globalization." She has added. It's this interesting angle that the like far right in the U.S. and now in Europe has been taken, where it basically can call out the hypocrisy of the like center pseudo ecological center left, and basically play on the traditionalist like pro farmer pro like rural environment image to pretend that they're pro ecology. France overall is fine, right? GDP bounced back and employment is back. Are there any issues in France other than retirement and immigration? There is stagnation when it comes to social class. There are some interesting discussions to be had concerning, for example, over-tuning the fiscal incentives for salaries. So minimum wage is pretty high, but minimum wage is tax exempt. And then as soon as minimum wage goes up by just like 100 euros, suddenly like you get 100 more euros as a salary man or a salary person. Your company's paying like 500 more euros. The like social contributions, the whole like tax bracket system is kind of fucked, where it's very, very hard for a company to consider raising your salary, because especially like going from minimum wage to like just a little bit above. Once you're above, then like any increase to your salary is basically going to be like roughly following the company's going to be paying a certain amount. You're only going to get a third of it, because the rest is going to your social benefits. It's going to Social Security. It's going to go to your retirement, towards your retirement, etc., etc. But this like there is this stagnation on the minimum wage. That's a bit of a global economic problem, the way French society is organized. There are some other issues, but I would say this because of purchasing power. With inflation, obviously the salaries, the stagnation of the salaries is coming to light. So like inflation and purchasing power, salaries, all those three are kind of all interlinked, which is why I was talking about the minimum wage issue. And yeah, retirement and immigration are those be the three main issues in France right now. Tensions already at the beginning of the protest. Protesters were only able to advance by 100 meters before they were forced to stop. A group of around 300 people, according to a police source, was present at the head of the in front of the protest. Riot police are receiving objects are being thrown at them, and are being receiving mortar fire. Mortar fire meaning fireworks. Fireworks are being shot at them. That's what they mean by mortars. Those aren't military mortars shooting grenades at the police. Though there were a spoiler alert. There were a lot of police hurt today. According to the police predictions, between 600 to 1,200 individuals, dangerous individuals, are expected to show up in Paris this afternoon. Between 2,000 to 4,000 gilets jaunes, where yellow vests, could be part of the protests. In total, 80,000 to 100,000 protesters could be... this is the police estimates of the, the amount of people. In Lyon, everything that symbolizes capitalism gets burnt down, says our journalist who is on the spot. Many shops, banks, insurance offices, and even supermarkets are the target of rioters. Damn, they tore down the wooden protection. Oh yeah, GMF, that's a bank. Oh no, sorry, that's an insurance provider. That's insurance. Yeah, they sure fucked it up. A-cab. Cuckoo, it's us again. Burnt a bunch of shit. Oh yeah, they fucking threw all, okay, they threw all the stuff from inside here. I can't tell what kind of shop this was. Oh, this was another insurance place. So it looks like they threw it out through the windows. Oh, another A-cab tag, and just set fire to it. Yeah, Mutuelle. Yeah, that's an insurance place. I have people posing in front of it. Start a glass installing business now. Oh yeah. There's a lot of business for fresh glass right now in Paris, or in French cities in general, I should say. 80,000 people in Nantes, according to the unions. Police had arrested already 14 people. A protester was hurt and taken to the hospital. Oh yeah, this is so this is what we call black box here. What would we call Antifa in the U.S.? So this was the front of the protest. Their sign says "Fire now." In case you are wondering what their message was. Oh, so this was at 3 p.m. The police split the protest in two. So the prefect of the police, given the large amount of vandalism, decided to have the police intervene at the front of the protest in order to stop the incidents of vandalism and separate the front of the protest from the union's part of the protest. Dude, it's bad. I know. I'm going over all the like news step by step. I was busy today, so I didn't really follow anything. It was just when I was going back home, I heard on the radio about like how many people are arrested, how many people are hurt, and stuff like that. So I'm going over the news one by one here. How are you doing, Mr. Geek? I hope you're safe and your family's safe and all. Yeah, like you know what I was saying earlier. Usually, when you go to those protests, you see those images of stuff like burning and all that shit. Usually, if you go to the protest and you're just with you stick with the unions, you just do predict the path of the protest. You disperse afterwards. Usually nothing bad happens. Here, the protest barely started and they were already fighting with the cops. That's a really bad fucking sign. The fact that it's the black blocs at the front of the protest fucking shit up. Yeah, I see how things got really bad. Yeah, I saw the clip of the cops being set on fire. Voice chat? Yeah, sure. You wanna direct voice chat or hop into my Discord or whatever? Meow. Cats meowing. The easiest. All right, hop. Fine. Let's just do the call then. That's the easiest. Where are you? Where are you? I haven't DM'd you in forever. I should send you some dick pics. Oh, my bot's dead. My bot's dead. Hello.
Sorry, I was muted.
No worries. You wanna be on camera or not? I don't care either way, but as you wish.
I can do that. Give me a sec.
All right, I need to change scene because I can't like stream the camera both to OBS and to Discord. Let's go here. Pop this out.
I have no idea what's happening with my computer. It's just a sec.
Yep. In the meantime, please admire my pussy. Right here. Actually, it's Sophie's pussy. It's true. Technically the truth.
Let's see if it works. Doesn't look. All right. This one does.
Nice. Yep. It's
I'm
working.
moving. No, I'm not.
Let's do it like this. Boom.
Everything is glitched. All right. Perfect. I guess. All right. Give me a sec. But meanwhile, okay. So I feel like there's a general like change of mind. Like I was looking at like I was looking at like basically footage from the CPE protest. You know, first contract hiring protest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was. I mean, before you had like you said, like unions and stuff. You had like an organization like inside of the protest, where like if someone would come and like throw shit at people, they would get kicked out by like the unions, by like the
even with those protests, like earlier, I like people would keep asking me like, "Hey, are you safe in Paris, etc., etc." I'm like, dude, I can go to the protest. I stick with the unions. I stick with the the plan for the protest. Nothing's gonna happen. It's like the violence was always like after the protest when people are still like sticking around, or when there's like people around the protest trying to fuck shit up. But here it's like it's like from the very start, they were already fighting with the police. The protest barely even started. The people in front weren't the unions; they were the like black blocs.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Now they're coming for blood.
Yeah,
like unironically, that shit is fucked.
Yeah, this shit is like on a whole other level. This is this isn't what I was expecting. I was expecting a lot from because I seen the clip that you were talking about, the like police getting a Molotov cocktailed straight up. But I was like, okay, that's really fucked up. But that's like after the protest, when the casseurs are like hanging out. But what I'm reading here is it's like from the very beginning they're already fucking shit up. It's crazy.
I mean, yeah.
Was it the same in Marseille?
Yeah. I've seen. I follow like a few like local accounts and everything, and yeah, same shit as before. Like basically, I don't know if you saw during like the protest a few weeks ago. They were basically like sending. It was like cops versus protesters. Like fuck. I don't know if you've ever been to Marseille, but there's this big place called La Plaine, which is basically like a big flat place, and like police and protesters were clashing into this. Today, same shit.
Yeah.
So I really don't feel like these are protests anymore. It really feels like these just like cops versus protesters. Basically, these are organized fights.
Yeah, that's clearly like today that's what happened. Have you been in person to the protests since they started?
No, absolutely not. I don't want to.
Okay. Is it because you disagree with them, or is it for your safety, or?
Oh yeah, big time safety. Like before, I knew that, like for instance, like if you stick with like unions and shit like this, you should be fine.
Yep.
Now there's no guarantee whatsoever. If you come to the reach of a cop, you're done.
Yeah.
You're done. You're losing a jaw, an eye, some shit. They don't give a fuck anymore. They just like go. They just go and swing at everything at their reach. So fuck that shit. I'm 34. You know.
Yeah, I get you. And it's only going to get worse now, right? Now that this has happened, I think the cops who were maybe still like, okay, we gotta be responsible, etc., etc. They're gonna be like, fuck, I might die if I don't fight back. I need to like, I can only see the violence getting worse on both sides from this point on, honestly.
Yeah.
Do you think? Do you think there's an end to this? Because I don't think Macron's government is going to back down. Like it passed the Constitutional Council. I don't see those protests having political power. I saw there was this project to pass a different law to like overrule this law. Do you think if the RN, if the Marine Le Pen and Mélenchon basically agree on this new law to overrule the retirement reform, then it would pass, right? They could build a majority. Do you think that's a path to like stopping all this insanity, or?
No, not with this government. It fucking sucks that like. Oh god, I hate the fact that I voted Macron. I hate it so much.
There are so many people saying that right now in France.
Yeah, like I hate the fact that we were put in this position, and I hate the fact that now like Mélenchon and Le Pen are like together. Like we're living in the darkest timeline.
Did you see
the general vibe is like fuck the public, unironically, like they're just like peons, peasants.
Did you see the what Mélenchon promised right before the protests here in Paris? He spoke to the people at the Place de la République, and instead he wasn't even promising to stop the retirement reform. He wasn't like we're going to go back to 62. He was we're going to go back to 60 years retirement, like just more and more and more.
I don't.
And then at the same time in Le Havre, Marine Le Pen, we just watched a little bit of her speech from today. She was obviously like blaming the whole situation on Macron and all that stuff, and she was. But I think the most beautiful quote from her speech that doesn't even have anything to do with the Macron or whatever. She claims to be the only true ecological candidate because she's anti-globalist. We got and I find that interesting because that's like a talking point that I've seen recently in like U.S. right-wing propaganda. This like we are the true ecologists because we want to live out in the country on the farm, grow some crops, some cows, and like have a white family, and then you got the like other stuff that's attached to it, but the whole like rural living and gets conflated with ecology. And now we're seeing it in France, which is interesting.
I mean, yeah, France isn't like late enough, Like we haven't made like the turn to enter like this like new media and new era age where like France is literally left behind. Everyone that I'm seeing that is like successful, that like we have a bunch, for instance, of like artists that come from France, but don't aim at all to like a French like audience or like a French like client. Like they go outside, like they go like to Canada, they go to the US, they go everywhere else in the world. We haven't done that enough. We need to go back more. Like not being like online at all isn't enough. Now we're going to go back to basically Minitel. Like that's basically what Le Pen is saying. I hate this. You need to be global. You need to be competitive. France isn't right now.
Damn, that sounds.
Anyone who wants money.
That sounds very Macroniste.
That's just true, but like,
I
even
know.
Macron isn't doing enough.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing she said, which is true, is that the country is going to be paralyzed, and it is paralyzed, and it's going to continue being paralyzed until one way or another the situation unblocks. Like in his speech about the reform, he promised a lot of things, especially like concerning what you were talking about. He promised to reindustrialize France, and what he means by that is like modern industries, silicon, like tech, like all those things. That's his dream for France. But like, what's he gonna do? He's got the both opposition parties are at the height of their power. They have all the people behind them. Every week, every city in France gets stuck in protests and riots and shit's getting broken down.
Yeah, you hear that, gamers? You're not paying your graphic card, enough already. We need to bump up the price and like do that made in France. No, that's never going to happen. Basically, this idea of like even like industry, I can't speak anymore. Bringing back factories and industry in France is like absolutely like no, they're being built like everywhere else for good reasons because we're not competitive and we cannot be competitive.
Yeah,
There's certain industry that we can do made in France, but like they're really limited.
It's a very weird populist, like I almost want to say dog whistle, right? It's the classic populist thing. We're gonna bring the jobs back, bring the factories back, and it's like, okay, so you're gonna spend a ton of like government subsidies to do that. And I can get it with like some level of silicon production, sure. You know, for military purposes, it's like a national security issue. It shouldn't be just France because it's like way too fucking expensive, but maybe like a European like exclusive silicon industry, something like that could make sense. It would still be like you're saying, it wouldn't be competitive with like, you know, Taiwanese silicon factories, but it would at least make sense on a certain level to make sure that, you know, key infrastructure is safe from espionage, from like all sorts of hacker shit that you can do when you control the chip production. But for consumer electronics, it makes no sense. I 100% agree.
Yeah, and on top of that, like when it comes to like building microchips and shit like this, there are some of them are built, for instance, only in Ukraine and only in Taiwan.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there are like certain chips that are like this. So I don't know what would be the point to like bringing like first of all, can we? And second of all, why? Like, you know, like what would be the point outside of like doing a made in France, like putting a made in France logo on it?
Yeah. Like, well, like I said, the national security, like, right? Like make sure that infrastructure isn't dependent on like a router that was built in China where they can just, you know, add a little extra chip in the circuit where they can spy, they can maybe control, they can maybe shut down stuff. I get that argument. That's a real argument, honestly.
I mean, yeah.
Because it's like it's really hard. Because I've looked into it because I'm fascinated with like hacker stories and stuff like that. It's really hard to audit a chip and make sure that there's nothing added inside it. Like at least with the circuit, if it's something added to the circuit, then you can like open up the thing and review the whole circuit. That's still really expensive. To try to reverse engineer it, but at least you that's like doable for say like military purpose. You're going to be doing that, but then you also want to do it on every single box that comes, like machine that comes in, so it's still prohibitively expensive. But if it's inside the chip, if it's inside the engraving on the silicon, you need to like fucking open the chip and inspect it with a microscope, reverse engineer the whole like transistor circuit. That is like an insane amount of work.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I believe like, okay, I'm going to say something that's going to sound super bad, but fuck it, I will say it anyway. Some shit are beneath us. There are some industry that we shouldn't bring back because not only it's not worth it, but because it's not like we're really a small country which has a lot of things for like we got a lot of things for us. And why would we do that? Like, for instance, let's say that like you're super famous graphic designer or some shit like this, video game maker and everything. why the fuck would you bother like doing the cleaning at your home? Hire a cleaning lady, you know? Like focus on what you're good instead of like spending time of like maintenance and shit like this. And in France, we don't do that. One of our strengths, we got two strengths. Fuck it, one strength, our culture. Unironically. I'm seeing it more and more every day. Like when it comes to video games and everything, like my favorite video game, when I look at the credit, there's always some French name. When I scroll through like design Twitter, like Behance and everything, every time I stop on like a designer and everything, that's a French. Like, you know, like we get like some artists and everything, we don't give them any opportunities in France to thrive and be able to stay on like French soil. So yeah, of course, like everyone who's successful gets the fuck out because there's no future in this country.
Yeah, what you're saying is true, because that even shows up in the like the biggest industries in France, just by money, by amount of capital, are luxury, and luxury is going to be driven like we can argue, you know, about how pointless it is and all that stuff, but it still is at its core driven by design and aesthetics. So yeah, I agree with you. That being said, I do disagree. Like that's why I said earlier. Like I agree with you that I don't see France, as you said, it's a smaller country, etc., etc. I don't see France, you know, creating the fucking next like Nvidia or whatever the fuck Macron was imagining. But as a European initiative, I think it makes a lot more sense. Once you look at it from an EU perspective, you actually have the size of the market, where creating like a sovereign chip industry, I think, is a very sensible approach. Now the economy of scale is working in your favor.
Maybe, but the problem is that like what we are creating is basically brains, like people who are like super clever. Like even when it comes to AI and shit like this, a lot of leaders in this industry are French. Like
you're the brain drain. It's the brain drain's a weird topic though too, because in the software industry, what I've been seeing more and more of is a lot of people who left France to just like you're saying, like to get like great salaries in Silicon Valley, make a lot of money, etc., etc. The American dream didn't turn out to be all they wanted. They made a bunch of money, probably more than they would have ever done in France. But the second they want to have kids, have a family, suddenly now they're coming back to France. They want that free education. They want that free healthcare. They want to make sure their kids are gonna, you know, have all that support for their lives. So that money is actually, that money and that intelligence, that competency is, at least part of it is coming back to France as those people age.
But hold on, that's my main worry, because like little by little we're attacking also those these institutions.
That's true.
Like, you know, all those social safety net and everything. Like when we talk about like the healthcare system. Right now, like the way it's working, I don't know how long, you know, like we're going to be able to do this kind of shit. Although, you know what, there might be one thing where like, okay, controversial take. I think we should be more like the US, and I think that like if we really want to renounce France, basically, we have to become like a militaro-industrial complex. We kind of are, but like because we want to be the exception and not be dependent on the US. We need to be more like, even more like involved, like sending a shit ton of weapons to Ukraine, like doing this kind of shit, and like basically like that should be our stuff.
That I don't disagree, but I think that's 100% what Macron's been doing, especially with regards to Ukraine. He's invested a shit ton into the military-industrial complex. Because, like the issue was that as much as France has this huge military-industrial complex, when it comes to like the only places where France actually had large production and like a lot of production capacity were for the stuff France was selling. So like, you know, selling military boats, planes, that kind of stuff, France definitely was like on top of it, but that's not what Ukraine's been needing. All the stuff Ukraine's been needing, France didn't have the production capacity for it. But yeah, Macron's been on that, right? All the factories are ramping back up. There's been a lot of demand, like people being retrained into the like specific competency that's necessary for for those factories. I think it's going to take time. It's going to probably take like 5 to 10 years to ramp up fully. But in 5 years, France is going to be what you're describing. It's going to be this huge like military industrial complex industry. France already is one of the biggest exporters of weapons exporters in the world, and that's probably just going to like be more and more so as in the next 5-10 years.
Yeah, let's hope so. Like I wanted to say, I forgot.
I guess we're kind of all over the place because we were talking about reindustrialization, then chips, then military industry, and before reindustrialization, we were talking about I don't know. Oh yeah, like Marine Le Pen, the ecological candidate. And before that, obviously the riots and the violence in the streets.
All right, prediction for 2027. When's the next election?
Good question.
It's 2027. Since we just got one last year.
Right. Okay. Senate in 2023 in September. Interesting. European elections in 2024. And then presidential elections in 2027. Yeah.
We have to be ready for like. I think it's going to be okay. Best case scenario, it's Le Pen. Worst case scenario, it's Zemmour.
True.
I think we reached that point. I think that like it's over. Like we're heading the same way that like the US is heading, which is we try Democrat, we try Republican. Now we're going to try something else.
Yep, I agree. It's the path a lot of countries have taken, right, in recent years, and unfortunately, that's where we're heading. There's still a lot of time left. I imagine Macron believes that he can turn around public opinion in the next 4 years, but yeah, right now it looks really bad. I don't think that he'll be able to turn it around that significantly. Not when Marine Le Pen what did she get, 45% in the last election? Like
yeah, 43, 45. Yeah,
like that's so close. I don't see her. She's definitely getting to the second round. That's certain. Unless Mélenchon pulls off some kind of miracle, then maybe it would be like. But I don't believe in that anymore.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
To unhinge.
I'm gonna
remember the Les Guignols de l'Info.
Yeah.
I don't know if you grew up watching this shit and everything, but like one of the jokes that always, when I was a kid, I didn't really understand it. Now I understand it better than ever. But like basically, you would have like the incumbent like basically talking, and at some point, like for some reason, you would have Jean-Marie Le Pen like just like at a corner of the table, just like standing, and you would have the incumbent saying, "Mr. Le Pen, what are you doing?" And he was just like, "I'm waiting."
Yeah.
That's all Marine Le Pen has to do.
Yeah.
She just has to wait, let Macron completely faceplant, and just reap her reward.
Yeah. And you see that in her speech, right? Like she isn't promising anything, people. She's just saying, "Hey, look at me. I'm not Macron. I'm not the one causing those problems." Her work's cut out for her. It's a very easy position to take. It's like fucking Biden against Trump, right? All Biden had to do was say, "I'm not Trump."
Yeah. And on top of that, like the situation is really similar because let's not forget that like if COVID didn't happen, Trump would have been reelected.
True.
If the war in Ukraine didn't happen, Marine Le Pen might have been re-elected. Because, like, the Russia shit absolutely tanked her.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely believe that, like, the 7%, because if I remember correctly, she won, like, 43 point something. So let's say, like, the 7% that she needs, that was the 7% that went away with, like, the pictures of her, like, shaking hand with Putin and being so fucking, like, supporting, basically, like, Putin and Russia.
And it
was a victory.
Yeah, it hurt Mélenchon too, because he had those like cringe tanky takes from years ago.
Yeah, anti-NATO.
Yeah, so that definitely like helped Macron enormously in the last election.
Yeah, if the Ukraine war isn't at the front of the news in 2027, which I doubt it will. I hope it will be done by then. Yeah.
And even if it's still ongoing by then, it's not going to be at the forefront of the news.
Yeah.
It's going to be like the war in Afghanistan at that point, if it's still ongoing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, time.
Good stuff for us.
Yeah, good stuff. Time for me to finally do my my demande de nationalité. Because if Marine Le Pen passes, the like residency permit card process might get complicated.
Yeah, good luck immigrating in France.
Yeah. Earlier with the pro stuff, we were listening to the recording of the Bravem, the like brutality and like threats they did on some like black guy in the streets of Paris a couple of weeks ago. Because I was trying to like explain to people why like there was this this specific brigade was being singled out. So we were listening to the recording and they're totally like the guy's black. He has a residency permit he's from Chad. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll take you, we'll arrest you, and we'll tomorrow you'll walk out of the police station with an obligation to leave French territory. We're gonna like fucking ruin your life.
Not surprised by it.
Yeah. It's not. Sadly, it's not surprising, but it's like it's super. Yeah, it's like super fucked up. It's a scary position to be in.
Marseille too?
Sorry. Yeah. What?
Have you seen the stuff in Marseille too? Where like cops were like beating the living shit out of someone who was like already on the floor, like next to a car. Like Jesus. It was a video filmed like from inside of a home. Like you see that it's filmed like secretly and everything. And like basically, like they were filming like police officers beating the living shit out of someone who was like posing no threat, who was like not resisting, not everything. He was just covering his head and everything, and they were just like punching him. Like 2 guys were holding him, and like the rest were punching him. Like,
Jesus
that
Christ!
Is crazy.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Cops are unleashed dogs. Like I don't go to protest.
Yeah.
There's no safety. Like I used to say that police is just like the police is just the gang who won. But like it's never been truer than now. Like,
yeah.
You know, like that shit is really scary. They obey to no one. Oh, by the way, one last thing, and after that I'll let you go back to your string.
Yeah.
Let me check if that's the right guy.
Yeah, with what you're saying with the police brutality and the protests, there's something really fucked up that's been happening too. Normally, from a few years back, the police are supposed to have an identifying number on their uniform, so that if anything bad happens, the identifying number is linked to the specific unit, the specific deployment, etc. Like all the paperwork, everything should be very transparent whenever there is a problem, whenever someone got hurt, etc., etc. However, police don't wear their numbers. They remove them from their uniform on purpose, which should normally be a very serious and like penalized action. But if it's not enforced, the problem is it's not penalized legally. It's an administrative thing. If their superiors don't punish them for not wearing their number, then nothing happens. It's not like a legal obligation. And so yeah, so until the superiors are forced, like until it's enforced, then nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to happen to those police officers.
Do you remember that they were trying to pass a law a few years ago to make footage of police officers that could be used to identify them?
Yep,
which means
illegal.
everything and nothing illegal.
Yeah, I remember that.
The balls on like even proposing this law.
Yep.
Like that shit is like crazy. And I sent you a link in DMs. Do you know this guy?
Oh, Didier Lallemand? Yeah. Oh, I know him.
That dude is everything that's wrong with police.
Yeah.
He's a liar. He's like supporting like police brutality and everything. And he's someone who is like praised by Macron and the likes, basically by the government and protected by the government. That shit is absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
Like that dude is. I don't know how to call him. I don't have like good names right now. Plus, you're on Twitch.
And on Kick, okay?
Yeah.
You can say it for the Kick viewers.
Oh, you're on Kick too?
Yeah, multi-streaming.
Same name?
Just Oyoyo on Kick. I was able to get the normal, just the Oyoyo name.
All right, let me drop you a photo.
Nice, thanks. But yeah, for the
that shit is absolutely fucked.
Yeah, for the English viewers, what this article is saying, basically, the Didier Lallemand, who is the prefect of police in Paris, the highest authority of the police in Paris, is under investigation for for false testimony. He is suspected of having lied during an audition in front of the parliament, basically.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hold police officers like accountable. He is legit, like he has the. And I think that those are his words. He has the hatred of the people.
Yeah, a lot of people fucking hate him.
It's like us versus them, and us being the police. So yeah.
All right.
But yeah. Anyway, France is bad, but you know what? The more I follow U.S. politics, the more I'm happy to be French. So that's always that.
It can always be worse. Yeah.
Yeah, we could be the U.S.
True.
We could have Marjorie Taylor Greens and the likes.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I'm not going to take too much of your time. Thank you for.
Thanks for the convo. Always fun talking with you.
Yeah, same. You have a good one, dude.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, I need to check something because we still haven't been delivered our food and we're starving over here. I just turn off the camera for a second and check my phone. What's going on? Oh fuck, the order got canceled. Maybe we should order from your phone so we can keep track of it in case it gets in case it gets canceled. No, should be from a different place. If they cancel, then once they're probably not able to deliver food. Cope. I mean, look, the U.S. is also great. Also has great things and is a great place to live. But yeah, I don't. There are a lot of cool things about the way French politics work, and a lot of flawed things as well. But on peut faire asiate encore. Moi, généralement, quand c'est... For Hungary. Right. What should I order? Pepper beef rice. O'clock. Fried chicken with caramel sauce. Okay. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff happening here. Ooh, curry. I think I'll go for the curry actually. I'm feeling like curry. Oh, they have pad thai. Nah, I'll stick with the. Yeah, I want some curry. I'm gonna go with that. Here, look, see how it looks. That's some curry. All right. All right, back to the news review. All right, I need to change my title again because we're no longer talking with Mr. Geek. Oh yeah, for anyone who is interested in what Mr. Geek was saying and all that stuff, you can go check him out. My shoutouts are probably still not working because, oops. Yeah. Okay, let me fix my bot real quick. That's annoying. What's going on? On with Twitch. Where is it? Oh yeah, let me put my camera back on. Boom. Cloudbot. Oh, it's turned off. Of course it is. Of course it is. Thank you. Great. Great work, Streamlabs. Yay, now it works. All right, the shadow works. Great. That was simple. I probably should do like a message like every 10 minutes just to see if the bot works. At least I'll have like direct feedback. Haptic feedback. Oh, damn. Okay, so this is from 3 p.m. Violent. This was an hour after the protest, the march started. I thought this was, like I was telling Mr. Geek earlier, I thought this was from way early, way later. This was at 3 p.m. The fireworks being shot at. Jesus Christ, this is a war. This is a fucking war scene. With the press on the sidelines. Interesting. Foreign unions came to join the protests today. Korean, Turkish, Swiss, Colombian, American, Spanish representatives showed up for the protests. David Huerta, an American from California, 56 years old, represented the SEIU-USWW union. I wonder what they think about how it went down. Black Bloc attacked a McDonald's restaurant near the protest in Paris today. A man was shouting in his megaphone, "For all protesters, 20% off at McDonald's," upon presenting your protest card. Interesting. Some action shots of the violence. 2 police officers hurt in Toulouse. So the article says that the protest it was already over and is already over in Toulouse at 3:30. Only rioters are left. Multiple banks and storefronts have been damaged. 4 people were arrested for throwing projectiles. Police have suffered rocks thrown at them. 2 police officers were hurt. The Intercontinental Hotel in Marseille was broken into. The Departmental Intervention Brigade dispersed activists, far-left activists who penetrated within the Intercontinental Hotel behind the mayor's office in the Old Port. However, no one was hurt. The activists have not committed any vandalism. 4 people are arrested. ACAB. Images of the vandalism in Paris. Oh yeah, this is the Molotov. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is what I saw earlier when I got back home. Yeah, the police officer we see that's on fire because of the Molotov cocktail there was apparently burnt to the 2nd degree. More insurance companies' storefronts being destroyed. This is a real estate storefront. People not enjoying those million dollar apartments, I guess. By 4 p.m., 2 hours after the beginning of the march, police has confirmed that they have arrested 40 people. 45,000 protesters in Lyon, according to the unions. Yellow vests were in the protests in Paris. Oh, this is I think this is the guy who got burnt by the Molotov cocktail, right? Oh no, never mind. This is something else. So this is at 4:30 p.m. They were they're at the Place de la Nation, arresting, charging into the groups and fighting with the people. The unions claim 550,000 people were in Paris. Gérald Darmanin tweeting out that despite the vast majority of protesters being pacifists, of course, in Paris, Lyon, and Nantes, notably, police were facing extremely violent rioters who came with only one goal: kill cops and attack other people's properties. Over 60 people have been arrested by now. One police officer was badly hurt, burnt because of a Molotov cocktail. That's what we saw. This violence needs to be condemned without any reserve. A journalist who got hit by a grenade, apparently. According to his tweet, the grenade blew up near his Happy May Day. Thank you, Anarchist Mando. We're reviewing the damage, the May Day's damage here in Paris. Yeah, so apparently the journalist got hit by the grenade near his feet. That's why he's lying on the ground. Yeah, it seems like the police have been multiplying charges within the crowd to try to disperse the radical protesters in Nation. People, meanwhile, are chanting, "Everyone hates the police." Police has confirmed that violent elements have all showed up in Nation, which is a part of Paris. And in the meantime, Macron, to celebrate Labor Day, you get up early to feed us. He's praising basically the presidential palace's like cooking crew or workers crew. You get up early to feed us. You project the know-how of our territory. You contribute to our sovereignty. On this 1st of May, to all workers, thank you. That is very funny. All things considered, that he's Wait, why am I not logged into Twitter? Okay, it doesn't matter. By 5 p.m., 180 people arrested all over France. 53 arrests in Paris. More numbers. Water cannon being used here in Paris. This guy is not giving a fuck. Police officer being dragged away from the fighting. Let me reassure you, those aren't. That's not like actual firearms being shot. What we hear is either like gas grenades blowing up. I think those are the bigger explosions. And also, well, there was a lot of fireworks and there was Molotov cocktails on the protesters' side. Okay, interesting. The National Police Twitter is praising the usage of drones to be able to track down and arrest 21 people who broke into a shop and 12 others who are nearby, near the protest. And so we have live drone usage to arrest people. A violent fire in Paris. Oh, no. Yeah, that's really bad. Do I recognize the street? Le Berger, Café Brasserie, no. Two fuel canisters that were in front of chantier. In front of a construction site, have been set on fire by rioters, according to the police. Police intervened to try to control the fire and prevent it from propagating. Water cannons are being used to shut down the fire. Oh, this is near Nation still. 68 arrests in Paris by 6 p.m. The statue of the Place de la République wearing a yellow... Well, not quite a yellow vest, but I think the intention's there, with written Macron démission, asking for Macron to resign. Macron resignation. 10 police officers already taken back to the hospital for diagnostics and being treated, according to the police. Police confirmed that the riot officer hurt in Nation, that we saw that the clip earlier, received a rock. He got hit with a rock in his head and was unconscious. He suffers from cranial trauma. Yeah, not really understanding these protests. Well, there's a lot going on at this point. I mean, it's been a process escalating up to this point. You've been watching me cover it. I hope I've tried to explain why. Obviously, you can disagree with the reasons, but at least I hope I've conveyed the reasons people feel this way. Social democracy does not exist in France, according to Sophie Binet from one of the biggest unions. She explains after having discussed with foreign union representatives who came to Paris for the 1st of May, they all told me that this would never happen within their countries because they have a social democracy. A social democracy does not exist in France. The parliament has no power in France, repeated the #1 representative of the CGT on BFM TV, adding that the the Union of Unions will decide tomorrow how we will continue with the mobilization. Well, yeah, with anarchist Mando. Oh, yeah, that's the context you're missing. Yeah, because I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but you probably weren't there. Yeah, the Labor Day, the 1st of May, in 1889 or 1888 was decided as the beginning of the big protests by the Socialist International. The second Socialist International meeting decided on the 1st of May as the day to protest and strike and fight for the right to work only 8-hour days. That was one of the first big workers' movements to reduce the amount of hours worked per day down to 8, and that is what the 1st of May represents. It represents both the first big fight from this like socialist perspective, and also the success, because by the I think it was in the 20s or 30s, so well, 30 years later. It was a success. The 8-hour workday was adopted in France at least. I don't know for other countries. Police are being pushed back while being hailed by projectiles. This is once again in Paris, in Place de la Nation. A very poor quality video, but it is what we have. Yeah, they're being fucking pelted with rocks and shit. And well, whatever the people who are pelting them can find and pick up. That is okay. That's 6:40 p.m. I wonder if they're still there, honestly, at this point. The CGT Union tweeting out, considering this a great success. They will decide of the continuation of the mobilization tomorrow. An image of fire in Paris. They're still fighting at 7 p.m. They were still fighting in Nation. It's also the reason why Labor Day got swapped to be in September, and why we have a fictional day called Loyalty Day. Nobody celebrates it openly, at least in my area. Where do you live, Anarchist Mando? Elizabeth Bourne, born to be alive, is doing classic PR speak, like your mobilization and responsible activism is acknowledged. However, the violence around the protests is all the more unacceptable, which I don't disagree also. But American born and raised, nice. How many guns do you have? Let's do the real test for your for how American you are. If I end up owning more guns than you, then Oh no, that's a poor sign for American democracy right there. Oh yeah, we already watched a bit of Marine Le Pen's speech in Havre. Darmanin condemns the violence, declares that 108 police and police were hurt. They've estimated 2,000 black blocs in the Paris protest. Look, as far as I know, Loyalty Day ain't really celebrated at all. I kind of forgot about it. Yeah, I get you. 291 arrests by 740 in all of France, which 90 in Paris. Fortunately, the guy who got burned by the Molotov cocktail is not under threat to his life. However, he is severely burnt on his arms and face. Marine Le Pen condemns the violence, saying that this is no longer just violence, but an assassination attempt against the police officers. She's calling for the expeditious arrest and judging of the people who committed the arson in front of the apartment buildings that we saw earlier. This is in Besançon. Oh wait, just refreshed. In Besançon, there was violence still at 8 p.m. That guy's gonna get arrested. That's why they charged. There's no way that guy who like grabbed the cop by his chest is not getting arrested, right? Did they let him go? I lost track of him. That was typically what they mean by charges, by the way. You saw how they like charged with their shields in front? That is what it means when the police when the articles say that the police charged into the crowd. Let's see if that guy ends up getting arrested. Okay, let's try to keep track of what happens here. Okay, they push away the guy who was trying to separate the police officer from the guy who... Oh, they're arresting him too? No, they're still pushing him. And yeah, the guy's getting arrested. I see nothing worthy of arrest. Me neither. That guy, his arrest is not justified. But he's getting arrested for sure. Some images of tags. At 8:30, there are still groups of protesters and curious people who are blocked on the Place de la Nation. Police officers are calling for the dispersion of those groups without any success. I got two videos here in Rennes, another city. Hey, this seems pretty peaceful at least. Oh, I think that's our food. They built... This is supposed to be the house of the people. Okay, we got 1312, that's ACAB. Macron Explosion. A bunch of anarchists. Oh, by the way, okay, this is funny. So this guy right here, the sweatshirt, you might think, oh yeah, because he's putting up an anarchist sign. Is this guy like with the sweatshirt? Is he like is this an anarchist sweatshirt or whatever? No, this sweatshirt is from a humanitarian NGO that basically just like feeds homeless people. That was founded by a really well-known and well-beloved priest here in France, or abbot. Actually, it was an abbot. Honestly, this just looks like cops assaulting people after denying their rights. It is. Like this earlier clip, the guy like bumps into the cop almost Honestly, I want to say by accident. If we like rewatch this, wait, let me go back to this beginning. If we like rewatch it, sorry, this cop's like posturing here, whatever. He's can do this, and he just like starts shoving this guy. He starts shoving this guy, and this guy's like, and he should, and this guy ends up getting arrested for having had the gall of being shoved by a cop. It's fucked up. Eric Ciotti, this is a representative of the Republican Party, if I recall correctly. Let me double check. Oh, they gave us gyozas. Nice. That's nice. Yep, Republican Party. That's the same as in the US. That's just the like classic right-wing party here. He's saying that transforming our police officers into human torches and assaulting the Republic. This is what the Black Blocs present in mass wanted this afternoon in Paris. All of the far left violent groups need to be dissolved. We should never negotiate with murderers ever. Basically, like virtue signaling for his electorate. By 9 p.m., 111 arrests in Paris. The Observatory of Street Medics estimating 200 people hurt by 8 p.m., 30 severely hurt and evacuated. Over 2,000 decontaminations from tear gas. Interesting. Yep, thank you. Non, ça va, je m'en occuperai. À la limite, je viens des gyoza. Ça, je peux les manger. Bon. Ouais. Hundreds of police deployed in Paris as people call for a night protest on social media. Oh, that would be fucking dangerous. Protesting at night. Huh. That would be fucking dangerous for everyone involved, police and protesters. I don't see that ending well if people actually follow the call to protest overnight. However, at 9:15 p.m., the police confirmed the end of the dispersion in Nation. An illegal march tried to form around Opéra, however, without success. Thank you. Is there sauce? Ah, d'accord. Je peux t'en prendre un peu? Merci. Je vais te prendre un peu d'oignon frit aussi. I'm about to show you my food. Oh, the gyoza, I guess, at least. They're probably not going to be as good as the best gyoza in Paris. Because those are fucking amazing. But I'm sure they're going to be good. Alright. There you go. Interesting. Okay, so this is a... And so this is the testimony of Jérôme Durand, a senator of the Socialist Party, and who came to the protest as an observer within the BRAV, the brigade we were talking about earlier. I want to listen to what he says.
On voit d'ailleurs, quand on est en observation comme parlementaire comme moi aujourd'hui, pas grand-chose d'autre que le bout de la rue, un petit bout de place, de la confusion, du bruit, du désordre, retour sur place.
I was saying you don't see much when you're an observer, like a member of the government observing the work of the police, like in this situation, except the end of the street, a lot of noise, a lot of confusion.
Donc, si le sujet c'est de me demander ce que je pense du comportement de l'ensemble des policiers aujourd'hui, je pourrais pas vous le dire.
So if the topic is to ask me what I think of the behavior of the police in general, I cannot pronounce myself. I have not seen enough to have an opinion either way.
Je peux vous dire en revanche, c'est ce que j'ai vu sur ces quelques points où j'ai accompagné les policiers à pied de la Brave.
I can, however, comment on what I've seen personally. The moments in those moments where I was accompanying the police by foot in their intervention.
Qu'avez-vous vu?
What did you see? Violence.
Des interventions, des charges,
charges, interventions,
gaz,
usage of tear gas,
beaucoup de projectiles qui ont été lancés,
and a lot of projectiles that were thrown at the police. What kind of projectiles did she ask?
Un pommeau, des pierres, des bouts de métal,
rocks, metal, pieces of metal, a hammer.
A été envoyé, ouais.
Et vous arriviez
Anything
à
and
voir à
everything.
chaque fois qui les envoyait?
Non.
Non.
And were you capable of seeing who was throwing them? No.
Non, non, bien sûr. Et d'ailleurs, d'abord, je pense que je suis, comme vous, peu qualifié pour être le meilleur observateur de ce qui se passe.
And I'm like you, probably not the most qualified person to be an observer of what was going on.
En revanche, ce qui est intéressant pour moi, c'est le travail
what's
parlementaire
interesting
de
for us
fond.
is the parliamentary work in the background, which is
to
try to understand how we organize our police work in this country.
Est-ce que l'identification des policiers est bien assurée?
Is the I was talking about this earlier. Are the police actually wearing their ID numbers?
Ce fameux
Vous
Rio.
pensez au numéro Rio là.
Voilà, le numéro Rio. Il y avait des drones aujourd'hui qui étaient utilisés, c'est la première fois.
How are the drones used?
Je suis pas sûr que ce soir j'aurai toutes les réponses comme parlementaire à ce travail de fond que je conduis pour comprendre les lois qu'on doit voter.
And he's saying he's basically not pronouncing himself. This is it's interesting. I actually don't dislike his approach, but he's basically saying he doesn't yet know enough to truly pronounce himself. But he sees his work as an observer, as a parliamentary, as a person in lawmaking, as his responsibility was to see how those things are being used on the ground in order to better understand the laws that they must pass. And what are their consequences?
Et l'exécution du travail gouvernemental qui est notre travail aussi.
Mais quel est le début du raisonnement alors que vous pouvez formuler
So what is at least the beginning of your reasoning when it comes to this?
Moi, ce qui m'intéresse, ça fait 37 ans que je fais des manifestations comme militant politique.
So me personally, what interests me is that I have been protesting for 37 years as a political activist.
Donc l'autre côté, je le connais.
I know how things happen from the other side.
Je crois qu'on n'a pas souvent l'occasion d'être du côté des forces de l'ordre.
I think that we don't often have the chance to be on the side of the police.
Et le ministre Darmanin,
and Darmanin, the minister,
un peu bravache d'ailleurs, nous a dit, puisque c'est ça, venez voir comment ça se passe. Donc,
when we were opposing his laws, told us, well, then come. You want to know what's necessary for the police, then come and see what happens on the other side.
Je vais voir comment ça se passe. Et il faut reconnaître.
And I have to recognize that
ce qui se passe et les images qu'on voit actuellement,
what happens,
d'une grande violence,
images that we are seeing,
pas grand-chose à voir avec les militants politiques ou syndicaux que je connais.
Show a huge amount of violence that has nothing to do with the activists, the political activists and the union members that I'm familiar with.
Et qui est composé de personnes qui sont totalement extérieures à ce mouvement politique.
Tout à l'heure, vous nous dites.
He's basically saying that the violence is mostly caused by people who are outside of the actual political movement. And before Macron champions police reform and shoots back to 50%, yeah.
Ce que j'ai d'abord vu, c'est la violence. Donc vous dites la violence de la part de ceux qui jettent des projectiles sur les forces de l'ordre.
You're talking about violence, notably people throwing projectiles at the police.
Violence chez les forces de l'ordre.
Have you seen violence caused by the police?
Il y a forcément de la violence physique. Il y a
of course, there's physical violence. There are people who are being arrested.
Le visage en sang.
People with bloody faces.
Évidemment.
Of course.
Mais du coup, quand vous êtes dans cette position-là,
when you're in
je
this
posais la
position,
même question à vos collègues journalistes tout à
and
l'heure.
I was asking the same question to your journalist colleagues.
Alors du coup, vous avez vu quoi, vous?
What have
On
you
voit les mêmes
seen?
choses, et du coup,
Well, we're seeing the same
est-ce que la
things.
personne qui est interpellée, c'est la bonne?
Was the person being arrested the right one? Well, we don't know.
En revanche, moi, ce dont je peux témoigner,
However, what I
les armes
can
qui ont été utilisées.
testify towards,
Est-ce qu'on a utilisé
which
des
weapons were used, where are we using rubber pellets.
L'image est importante visiblement puisque tout le monde se filme. J'ai découvert que tout le monde se filme.
I discovered that imagery is particularly important. Everyone's filming everyone.
La police filme pour attester de son comportement.
The police is filming to be able to prove that they're behaving righteously.
En face, tout le monde est en train de sortir les portables.
Everyone in front is filming as well to be able to testify to what's happening.
Donc la vérité finit toujours par émerger.
Voilà, et donc du coup, je suis pas certain que je puisse vous dire voilà quelle est la vérité. En revanche, c'est vrai que je suis.
So I'm not certain I can tell you what the truth is. The journalist is response to him. Oh, so you believe that the truth will always end up emerging?
Stupéfait, un peu sous le coup, parce qu'il y a les gaz, parce qu'il y a les pavés qui volent.
So he's saying what I can say is I was really surprised in the moment because all the gas, all the things flying around.
Parce que c'est très impressionnant, c'est très
éprouvant. It's very impressive, it's very scary.
À laquelle on est.
I was impressed by the level of violence that you're confronted.
Et quand vous regardez de l'intérieur, comment fonctionne cette brave? Qu'est-ce que vous
voyez? And we see how this brigade is working from the inside. What are you seeing?
Est-ce qu'une fois que l'ordre est donné, est-ce qu'il est vraiment appliqué tel qu'il a été?
Are the orders properly applied?
Il faudrait déjà avoir l'ordre tel qu'il est donné.
We should already see what form the order takes. There is a command center.
Ça se passe par ondes radio dans les oreillettes.
All that happens through radio in their earphones.
Ou qui se retiennent à intervenir, qui font volte-face parce que la consigne a changé, qui essayent de s'adapter à la situation.
He's describing how the police are basically receive the orders and they can choose depending on the situation on the ground. Can they actually enact the orders or not? They sometimes have to like turn around and run back because suddenly the opposite order came through.
Moi, j'ai observé qu'ils étaient plutôt en retrait.
What I observed was that they were rather en retrait means they were rather passive. They were rather avoiding action.
Laquelle j'étais, la compagnie d'intervention à laquelle j'étais, était plutôt en retrait.
The brigade I was within
à n'intervenir que quand c'est utile. Donc,
would only intervene when they saw it as useful.
Ils n'allaient pas au contact gratuitement, c'était plutôt pour intervenir alors qu'il y avait une alerte parce qu'un magasin a été.
They would only intervene when a shop was, for example, being destroyed, when there was something specific happening, is what he's describing.
Fracturé parce qu'il y avait une agence bancaire qui était attaquée, parce qu'il y avait un feu. Voilà,
there was a fire, something being attacked.
Est-ce qu'il y a eu des violences policières?
Honestly, not surprising. I would expect the police to be on their best behavior when there's a senator observing them, right? It would be crazy if they did something fucked up with the guy walking in with them. All right, that's pretty much it. By the way, that's pretty much it. We've covered all the news concerning the protest. That was some crazy shit. The senators are on their team. The Socialist Party senator, who's been protesting for 37 years, is probably not super pro-cop, okay? Let me just put it that way. Probably not the most pro-cop guy on the team. Okay, I'm gonna eat. I'm fucking starving. We're gonna watch something while eating. What should we watch, actually? How North Korea brainwashes its people. Dylan Burns' interview with foreign fighter. Modern day debate. Matt Dillahunty versus Hussein. I don't know. Should we just do food? I feel like I could just do food porn, honestly. You're being lied to. Wait, is there a new Carly Upst video? Nope. Slavoj Žižek, the sublime object of ideology. Oh, yo, let's watch this. Let's watch some Žižek. Or Epoch Philosophy covering Žižek, rather. And then we can cover the Crowder drama.
I'm giving you a choice. Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
I already am eating from the trash can all the time. The name of this trash can is ideology. The material force of ideology makes me
what is this edit?
See what I'm effectively eating.
Slavoj Žižek was born March 21st of 1949. Born in Ljubljana, Slovenia, he is regarded as one of the most popular and important figures in philosophy and theory today. Slavoj Žižek has sort of a celebrity stardom to his aura, and people who aren't necessarily into theory know who he is.
Oh, sorry, seriously, can I give you some fucking fruit juice or Coke?
I'd love some fucking fruit juice, please.
Yeah. Coke, iced tea. So here it's included the cancer you get because it's 0, which means instead of sugar you get all those sweeteners.
But behind the mad scientist...
All right, let me grab my curry, and we're watching this. All right. I'm back. Check this out. Curry. I fucking love curry. All my homies love curry. Need to just break up the rice so it mixes well. I should probably grab a spoon, actually. That's what I'm missing. I don't mind chopsticks. I'm very proficient with chopsticks, but when it comes to when the rice becomes wet, it's like all saucy, then chopsticks are not ideal. Far be from it. Ooh, fuck. God damn, I'm spilling curry everywhere. Alright, let me go grab some. Let me go grab a spoon. Up. Cool. Let's do this.
Of theory, there is a whole host of work that deserves some attention. One of those works being the sublime object of ideology. And today, that is our central focus. So with that, the sublime object of ideology has a lot of theoretical baggage to it. It has a lot of history to it. The sublime object of ideology almost acts as a historical account for the continuation of theory throughout the late 20th century. And so while we explore the commentary surrounding Zizek's commentary on prior theory, I'm going to be continually making references as to what Zizek was referring to and the larger socio-political context. Because from the outside, without any real insight, this book would seem to be just a large commentary on prior thought, prior concepts, and the like. But there is a ton of relevancy here that needs to be explored. Ultimately, this will be the sublime object of ideology, just in video form. And not to undermine the magnitude of what I am trying to do, let's move forward.
Alright, this is commentary on commentary on commentary.
Around the late 80s, it was pretty
Welcome to the world of modern philosophy. Commentary on commentary on commentary on commentary. Literally what philosophers are not paid, because they're, who the fuck pays a philosopher to do. I'm not a philosopher, okay? I'm just making fun of them.
Clear that the fall of the USSR was imminent. With the fall of the Berlin Wall, this was completely clear, and just a month later, the actual dissolution of the USSR commenced. In Western culture, there was an aura of optimism. There was an ultimate aura of anti-antagonism. From this, the ultimate hope was that we were living in a post-ideological world, one where direct ideological warfare did not control our geopolitics.
Yeah, because that
For
happened.
the first time in this century, for the first time in perhaps all history, man does not have to invent a system by which to live. We don't have to talk late into the night about which form of government is better.
And from here...
Yeah, that sure happened. Did you see there are plans to annex Belarus by 2030 or something? No, link me. Let's check it out after this.
Many came to the conclusion that ideology was finally dead. This is the ultimate backdrop Slavoj Žižek is writing the sublime object of ideology from. So with this, we must analyze the title. The sublime object of ideology ultimately constructs itself from a lot of prior theory and philosophy. The sublime directly referring to the Kantian notion of the sublime, Jacques Lacan's theory surrounding object, and Marx's view on ideology. From this is the theoretical and philosophical framework in which the sublime object of ideology continues from. The sublime object of ideology works as a theoretical merging of psychoanalysis and Marxism, an ultimate merging of the psyche along with the social and political apparatuses that surround us, and in some sense, within us, but we'll get to that later. Lacan and Zizek ultimately noticed that the framework in which psychoanalysis exists also exists within Marxism, and further, Marx's idea of the symptom. With the symptom being popularized by Sigmund Freud, we see that Lacan, and then later Zizek, points out in form and in structure, Marx ultimately created and recognized the phenomenon of the symptom in the first place. In our view, a symptom is simply something that could possibly indicate a systemic problem. The sneeze ultimately being a symptom. I could have gotten dust in my nose, which made me sneeze, or I could have COVID-19, and ultimately I'm going to die in 5 days. The sneeze ultimately being the symptom. A symptom, according to Freud, is something completely repressed inside of you. Maybe some deep-seated trauma, a repressed wish or desire, and the like. And in the end, ultimately your unconscious mind manifests itself in dreams. To psychoanalysis, ultimately we'd want to understand the latent thought, or the latent content within the dream itself. The weird symbolism and all the weird happenings of within your dream is ultimately driven by the latent content within your dream. And hopefully, in the end, psychoanalysis can find the key in the reasoning behind your dreams, ultimately finding the latent content. But Zizek talks about the focus of psychoanalysis being flawed in the sense that they are trying to purely understand latent thought. thought that is ultimately unconscious. To them, the goal is to decipher these forms of repression. To them, these repressed thoughts that show themselves in dreams are simply keys to understanding their nature. Yet, Zizek notices that latent thought isn't the way to understand the subject. It isn't a way to understand a person or even you. To understand the subject, we must understand the form in which these thoughts occur and the form in which the subject exists. To Zizek, the key is to
Oh, wait, that's like put in a very intellectual, philosophical way, but I do agree. I really don't like the Lacanian approach to psychoanalysis. It's far too abstract. It's far too disconnected from your daily, actual lived experience. Let me check out the article real quick. What is this? Leaked document shows how Russia plans to take over Belarus. The document, written for Putin's presidential administration, considers the total incorporation of Belarus into a union state with Russia by 2030. Oh, no. Michael Carpenter, U.S. ambassador to the OSCE, says Russia's goal with regards to Belarus are the same as with Ukraine. Only in Belarus it relies on coercion rather than war. That is true. But why would it need to take over Belarus? I guess it like simplifies things. Interesting. I feel like as much as Lukashenko is a wet rag when it comes to opposing Russia, I feel like this would probably not fly. I don't think Lukashenko. I think Lukashenko likes being in power. We'll see.
Ask the question, why the thoughts exist in this form to begin with? Why are these desires? Why are these thoughts being repressed and ultimately shown into dreams? Why this framework? To Zizek, that is ultimately how we understand this. The question of the framework in which something exists further extends into how we view commodities, the commodity form, and the value of something. Instead of trying to exactly get at the value of a commodity, understanding the commodity's direct role in an economic context, we should be really asking the question, why do commodities take the form that they do? Why such an elaborate system full of abstractions? The historical focus of economists trying to get at the root of the value of something, or psychoanalysts trying to get at the latent thought, doesn't really answer their own question. In short, the symbolic order, the structures in which they occupy, holds a potential key to this question. It's important to note that the Lacanian construct of the symbolic order enters within language, and it completely shapes the laws and restrictions of our desires and beliefs. It controls these desires and beliefs through symbols and through language, and completely shapes our communication. And most of all, in structure, it shapes our ideology. And as I'm not trying to go into a deep dive of Lacanian psychoanalysis, I want to keep this as easy as possible to understand and not alienate anyone. If you're interested in learning more than just the form and structure of Lacanian psychoanalysis, please do yourself a favor and watch these two videos from Plastic Pills. He makes Lacan extremely easy to understand. Much of the sublime object of ideology goes into detail about Lacanian psychoanalysis, so if you are interested in reading the book, which you absolutely should, you should check out these two videos. The totality of what Zizek is referring to as symbolic order is ultimately a system and mode of communication, such as language, discourse, methods of...
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of like manufacturing consent, which like the idea of language and communication forming ideas and, well, consent in Chomsky's treatise. Governor of Belarus is basically his job now anyway. Yeah, for sure.
Monetary exchange within a market, and even rules within governing systems, as it can be easy to forget that communication does not necessarily revolve around the verbal. This symbolic order can be a good reminder. And at the heart of this structure, at the heart of this symbolic order, the superego is ultimately the largest communicator. The superego is ultimately a Freudian concept, a concept of showing your ideal person, the model in which you should live. Well, that symbolic order that you live under does exactly that. It sets the very fundamental parameters in which you can think, reason, act, and most of all, even communicate. But this is where we get into something very important.
The Matrix. It's the Matrix holding you down. Freud was the original Matrix agent, okay?
And extremely significant. If there is a structure or hierarchy, what is at the top? If these symbolic orders structure our lives, our sheer conception of reality, what therefore influences these superstructures? That influencing factor is what Zizek would refer to as ideology, and pure ideology at that. And even further, and even something more significant than just pure ideology, we run into the very essence of this book, one of the most important parts. And this important part is posited from ideology itself, and all ideologies at that. That is, sublime objects of ideology. With the reinforcement of the superego, the big other, and ideology together, we see that another factor in this very reinforcement itself are the very posited mechanisms of sublime objects, and even more significantly, sublime objects of ideology. And it's important to note that there isn't one sublime object of ideology. Within ideologies, multiple of them exist. So what is a sublime object of ideology? As the sublime isn't necessarily a thing, a sublime object isn't necessarily a thing either. But they can sort of symbolically be represented as objects, physical objects at that. Some of the most blatant sublime objects in my mind being something like the US Constitution. Zizek makes references to the Communist Party and the USSR as another sublime object of ideology. These objects, in a way, sway ideology. Take the US Constitution. Everything good that happens politically in this country is a direct result from the US Constitution, right? It lays down the bare fundamental ideological framework in which our political systems can work within. Yet on the flip side, everything negative can be attributed to the very US Constitution, as it is the very framework in which political institutions are swayed. Something that helps visualize and understand sublime objects of ideologies is to look at it like this. Sublime objects of ideologies almost operate as Overton windows. They shift the almost acceptable realms of ideas. They shift the almost acceptable modes of communication. As Overton windows shift political spectrums and sort of narrow them down, sublime objects of ideologies simply do this with ideology. They adjust the very parameters in which ideology can operate from.
I'll go into this. All the good in the US is directly resulted from Bill Clinton, IMO, and Bill was Biden 1.0. Bill Clinton was pretty fucking cool, but man, I still hate that he had to I still hate that he got fucking dumpstered by having an affair with Monica Lewinsky. I remember thinking back then, and I've never changed my mind on it, a president having an affair should not be a cause for resignation. Like, it's because it was consensual. Like, it sucks for Hillary, it sucks for his family, but that was not a political act. I don't know. Everything's political, obviously. And obviously, you know, public opinion and in the US is really important stuff. The reason that he said he didn't do it, lying to the American public. Yeah, and that's true. That's true. That was a big problem with it, for sure. He did lie for a long time, too. It took several months for him to admit it.
And more importantly, the parameters in which you can communicate and the parameters in which you live within. In a weird way, this is a retroactive explanation of the book, but I'm giving these explanations of these structures, the sublime object of ideology, as to make more sense with the further historical commentary Zizek is trying to make. So understanding these concepts further, let's look more at what Zizek is talking about. When analyzing the abstract forms of commodity form, commodities in general, it's important to reiterate that Zizek doesn't see the prior history of trying to figure out the value of something within those forms as incredibly useful. We should try to understand the fundamental framework. And here, understanding the fundamental framework, here are some conclusions and issues that we can run into. A real-world example. Commodities represent value that can be traded, yeah, at an abstract level. But if labor is the value of a commodity, we turn labor into an abstraction of sorts. Further, workers are looked at as an abstraction, and there might be symptoms of a systemic glitch with this. We might see a disregard for workers. We might see pressure to increase productivity without increasing wages, thus showing the fetishizing of commodities in the true ideological core of the system itself. When using a structural analysis such as this, it brings things into an even closer focus and shows even the most abstract of commodities, the physical makeup of money, a representation of the value of something. Because ultimately, money is king. Yet money is just physical. It's just paper or some pressed together metal or maybe a number on a computer screen. Zizek notices that even most people realize this. And then the paradox of that is that people also notice it is more than just that. Of course, it's more than just a number on a computer screen, but because it is simultaneously nothing but paper and all-powerful, therefore, we can surmise that money, that capital, that the commodity, in a sorts, does hold the power of a sublime object of ideology. With this being all-powerful, look at the way people communicate in a business context. There are people who live their lives according to this code. You focus your whole being on career gain. You posture yourself in
oh god, the fucking alpha entrepreneur Instagram accounts.
Such a way as to show that you are a serious person worthy of your business dealings. And ironically enough, the recognition of this cool guy, phony persona that is built within an ideology often reflexively comes back as another form of ideology. Here's an example. One cynical person who sees all these fake conversations between people, going to lunch, creating new connections that will garner career success. They recognize this isn't really an authentic relationship. Well then, ultimately, I'm going to throw this system out. I'm going to throw it away. I'm going to completely change my being as completely authentic and recognize that ultimately, this is a really weird ideological world that we are living in. One where these people only serve capital, they only serve career gain. Therefore, I'm just not going to do that, and I will structure my life in another way. Well, that restructuring of your life, that complete rejection of one ideology, ultimately turns itself into another form of ideology, because ideological modes of viewing the world is completely baked into our consciousness. And with that conscious framework, thus being the socio-economic and political apparatuses that humans create.
That's a lot of words just to describe the simple phenomenon where if you oppose yourself to something, you're still letting that something define you. Could have just said that, honestly.
If you're still with me here and this is making sense, let's continue on further. So back to the abstraction of commodities, back to the abstractions of the various socio-economic systems and the frameworks within our minds. This then brings us back into the most abstract of commodities, the physical makeup of money.
I'm baked into my consciousness. Nice.
Representation of the value of something. Yet here again, money is just physical. It's just paper or some pressed together metal, maybe a number on a computer, but it really isn't just that. Zizek ultimately analyzes that most people know that this is just paper, yet people also know that it is powerful and everything. But at the end of the day, the important thing of this is that people they continue to pretend that it isn't just paper. They ritualize themselves within that ideological framework they live in. Because you can ultimately understand that money is just paper, but you can never pretend that it simply is paper. And with the abstract rituals of exchange, of purchasing, it is the ultimate sublime object. It supersedes rationality, is all-powerful. Therefore, the labor within that system, labor is almost vacuous. It is almost vapid in a sorts. Further, the market and social structures surely acts like humans throughout their life as well. This is similar to the Lacanian notion of psychoanalysis. The form and structure between political systems exist homogeneously. When we become socialized on an individual level, our behavior and day-to-day functions become more integrated into social rituals, thus strengthening our understanding of concepts such as purchasing, consuming, exchanging, etc. We ultimately become more socialized as we interact with the market. Hence, the market almost does the same. The structure and interaction of the subject within the world mirrors the market in this regard too. Zizek argues that if we are consciously aware of these abstractions, these exchanges, these processes, it simply isn't ideology anymore. Zizek
This is interesting because this kind of puts puts a finger on something that I've been feeling for years now, which is the commodification of socialization. How more and more as I've grown up, I've seen how to live a social life, you need to buy something. It can be as simple as, needing to go to a bar and buy some drinks in order to see your friends. It can be the next level, as in now you have to buy a subscription to Tinder or Bumble or whatever dating app you prefer in order to find a partner. And I've always analyzed it through just a very simple reading of capitalism, where basically anything that can be commodified will be commodified in this eternal pursuit of growth, of economic growth, of wealth, and so on and so forth. So it's interesting to see it seen through this different lens of this interaction between the human socialization and the structures themselves socializing themselves, if I understand correctly what he was talking about.
Quotes in his book a quote from San Rafael: "This non-knowledge of the reality is a part of its very essence." According to Zizek and San Rafael, if we pierce the understanding of our non-understanding of the abstractions that encompasses our lives, if the essence of our reality is being blind to that very reality, the reality of sublime objects, the abstract interactions, the psychoanalytical and market structures, we completely lose reality. It ceases to exist at that point. This is exactly where Zizek departs from Marx as an explanation for ideology. It isn't simply false consciousness, as the prior world labeled ideology as. It is a social reality, how we interact, how we function. In a weird way, ideology is the very consciousness itself. And to even escape and combat ideology is another form of ideology. But the genesis of these ideas stem from Louis Althusser, who initially wrote that ideology is inescapable. I definitely had to include that in this video. Much of these ideas stem from his 1970 book, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses. And once again, I'm referencing plastic pills. He did a wonderful video on Louis Althusser, which you guys should check out. That is 2 references in one video. I hereby stake my claim as Plastic Pills' biggest fan. Seriously, guys, this dude is the best theory YouTuber on this platform. So, these ideological fissures within the ideology itself does produce the symptoms. Yet, to get a better grasp at this, in the chapter From Symptom to Symptom, Zizek ultimately articulates that symptoms are almost everything that we see on a symbolic level. With him going into extremely deep Lacanian psychoanalysis, he ultimately tries to articulate that, well, ultimately everything that we see on a symbolic level comes from ideology, because ideology makes us up. Therefore, almost everything really is a symptom. So with the clarification that everything from a symbolic order kind of is a symptom, let's move on to some ideological paradoxes.
That seems a bit tautological. You've defined ideology as the source of all symbols. You've analyzed that all symbols come from ideology. That is tautological, but maybe it makes more sense when you actually read the book. But the way Epoch is presenting it here seems really circular.
Zizek writes that every ideology has a central component of exception. Every ideological universal concept has a contradiction built within it. Zizek uses freedom as an example, quoting as follows: "Freedom, for example, a universal notion comprising a number of species, freedom of speech and press, freedom of consciousness, freedom of commerce, political freedom, and so on, but also by means of a structural necessity. A specific freedom, that of the worker to sell freely his own labor on the market, which subverts this universal notion. That is to say, this freedom is the very opposite of effective freedom. By selling his labor freely, the worker loses his freedom. The real content of this free act of sale is the worker's enslavement to capital. The crucial point is, of course, that it is precisely this paradoxical freedom, the form of its opposite, which closes this circle of bourgeoisie freedoms. The ultimate ideological paradox from this is that you are ultimately free to sell yourself to slavery. Zizek does follow up this quote by stating that in pre-capitalistic societies, this phenomenon existed as well. Partaking in this freedom ultimately leads us down a pipeline of surrendering our freedoms when we become servants of capital via labor. Likewise, if we refuse this, we become destitute. We are poor within this system. Yet the ideology sets the very parameters for this to exist. See what is going on here? These paradoxes ultimately bring these symptoms to fruition. And like the person that notices the macho businessman, weird capitalistic business behavioral meta, Zizek explicitly talks about cynicism as an ideology.
I saw you have here. I saw it with horror.
Sniffs.
I'm not a terrorist, but if I were
Sniffs intensifies.
to be a terrorist, I would bomb it. You have also here, close to here, Starbucks, no? You have them here. Yeah. Horrible. Okay. I don't know if they play this game here, but in the West, they play this ecological game. Oh, they have in the West posters which say, okay, our cappuccino is a little bit more expensive, but 1% goes to some stupid Guatemala children, the other percent to save some forest. Isn't this wonderful? The message is, we no longer have that old duality, you are a consumer, but then you should also be a good citizen. No, the price for good social conscience and care, solidarity, is included into the commodity itself, you know.
True.
Pay a little bit more and you can be there. So this immobilizing cynicism is ideology at its purest today.
As Marx stated in the beginning of Capital, they do not know it, but they are doing it. Here, Zizek would like to say that he is correct, but with another added dimension to it. Zizek would imply that it's not the fact that people go around life blind in an ideological lens and they do not know that they're completely succumbed to ideology. No, ultimately what is happening is that they cynically believe they are seeing past ideology. They cynically believe that ideology isn't even really all that important when it comes to objective analysis of the world. Therefore, instead of them simply being under the ideological lens completely blind, they are blind by thinking they are above those lenses to begin with. Again, they do not know it, but they are doing it.
Huh. I'm guilty of that. I'm 100% guilty of that.
Ideology functions actually in our daily life. What do I mean by this? Two things I love in this scene. First, it's the opposite of what we would have expected. Usually we think ideology is as glasses which distort our vision. And to see reality, you have to take off the glasses. I like this gentle, refined reverse that here on the opposite, it's the correct thesis of the film. Ideology is our natural state. And to see the truth, you have to put on the glasses.
Let's talk about some of the significance of this cynicism. One significant byproduct of this cynicism is what Zizek refers to as totalitarian laughter. It is the result of becoming overly principled and adhering to that linear set of good. As life situations are pretty elastic, we see that the result some people take is to completely become dogmatic to the structural good that they so claim to have. That ultimately there will not be any compromise in the name of good, thus an ideological tendency. Zizek explicitly states that maybe we should not take...
Why is that called ideological laughter, though? But sure, we all know what he's talking about, right? The ends justifying the means, totalitarian approach to what's good, right, and wrong.
The status quo ideology as serious, as ultimately we jeopardize our ability to adapt. Thus, we could run into a situation where the ends justify the means. And to Zizek, that could be considered paradoxically evil. And Zizek, being the fan of paradoxes that he is, he points something else out that is extremely interesting when it comes to totalitarian laughter. In states where there are robust systems of authority, Zizek noticed that there was a central mockery around its authority in a sense, at least on the surface. These governments would create robust systems of jokes, humor, and the like to sort of gain the trust of a general population. Zizek has had quite a few video lectures on this specific topic at hand too. But the ultimate result of this is that the general population didn't quite take the status quo ideology very seriously. And according to Zizek, that in itself is dangerous. And this very much exists in a Western context as well. The general attitude towards jobs in the government, the public sector, stems from a cynical totalitarian laughter in the West.
We're being hunted. We are smarter than them. Only the feeblest of men take jobs in the government.
I hope so.
This general attitude that the government, that larger systems of authority in the West is something feeble, something weak, something that the general population doesn't take seriously and in the end scoffs and laughs at, paves way for a whole host of totalitarian actions from the status quo. Take militia groups in the United States. They proclaim to buy weapons, to organize, to train, to defend the United States population against a tyrannical government. Yet, the typical political attitude from these groups are one of anti-government sentiments and a general attitude of self-reliance. Thus, in a paradox, they do not actually take totalitarianism, they do not actually take authority status quo ideology very seriously. Kind of makes you wonder why all these pro-Second Amendment militia groups were extremely quiet whenever federal agents were stationed in Portland, Oregon. And these weird doings, but not knowing, paves way for Zizek's concept of the ideological fantasy. The ultimate fantasy to Zizek isn't lived inside of one's head. It is ultimately practiced externally. Zizek ultimately shows that money, commodities, and interactions surrounding it are the ultimate example of this fantasy. That people ultimately know money is simply paper, that money actually on a very physical level isn't really all that important, but their ultimate social activity proves otherwise. Zizek quotes as follows: "The problem is that in their social activity itself and what they are doing, they are acting as if money, in its material reality, is the immediate embodiment of wealth as such. They are fetishist in practice, not in theory. What they do not know, what they misrecognize, is the fact that in their social reality itself, in their social activity, in the act of commodity exchange, they are guided by the fetishistic illusion."
The problem is that in their social activity itself, in what they are doing, they're acting as if money in its material reality is the immediate embodiment of wealth and as such. They are fetishists in practice, not in theory. What they do not know, what they misrecognize, is the fact that they're in their social reality itself, in their social activity, in the act of commodity exchange, are guided by the fetishistic illusion. Sure. Given the definitions we've seen in the video, that's correct.
That this fantasy ultimately isn't necessarily illusionary per se, because we act this fantasy out in reality. Zizek expands on this idea with the objectivity of belief. These beliefs, these grand narratives that we tell ourselves in our heads, ultimately transfer into larger exterior social structures and political structures. Zizek points out that the prior Lacanian proposition that belief is something interior while knowledge being something exterior, because you can essentially verify knowledge from an exterior position with methods such as the scientific method and the like. But Zizek ultimately points out that what we see with belief is something that is radically exterior, as it makes up the very foundation of our structures of life, how we interact.
Yeah, I think in general we've learned this in especially even in recent years, right? The reality, the exterior of someone who's a vaccine skeptic, COVID denier, it's a whole different reality from someone who does believe in the vaccines and believes in the COVID pandemic, for example. Just take like an extreme example. At the end of the day, in practice, it is our interior that actually decides on our exterior. And this is where Zizek totally calls me out when I say when I said earlier that I'm guilty of this, when he's talking about the this pretense that we have that, oh no, I'm above ideology, I'm above all this, I'm the I can recognize the true objective reality. I have that delusion myself, and because of that, I do think, yes, there actually is an objective reality, and I'm capable of attaining it and understanding it. But that's not what. That is quite simply not what. I feel strongly called out by this video, basically.
With the world, with commodities, how we make up political systems. Thus, in a paradoxical sense, belief frames the objective in an exterior manner. And further, what we are actually symbolically told,
I'm basically just as ideological as anyone else.
Told to believe also comes from the exterior. Zizek gives the example of canned laughter on television.
Telling you, the government has a car that runs on water, man. They just don't want us to know, because then we'd buy all the water. Then there'd be nothing left to drink but beer. And the government knows that beer set us free.
After a witty or funny remark on the show, there is this robotic laughter in the background. He would argue that initially, this is just meant to tell you when to laugh on the show. But at closer analysis, this is not so, because around 80% of the time, we don't actually laugh. Instead, Zizek would argue that the Lacanian other is embodied within that very television set and is relieving us of our tangible duty to laugh. In this context, the Lacanian other being the central desire in our life, and in more specifically, the desire to simply come home after a long, terrible day at work and just simply laugh. But that's only one half of this desire. The other desire embedded within the other is one of other people's desire. When we wish to communicate, we also have to take into account other desire.
Alright, so wait, I actually like this analysis, but that means that the laugh tracks are just this vicarious, like, projection of what we want to be doing, so we don't have to do it.
Desire of the person you are communicating with, the ultimate rules and social norms baked within that desire, and ultimately the desire of the television set telling you when to laugh. So through the very other embedded into our television set, we can completely say that we had an enjoyable experience watching this show, even if we did not externally laugh. And yet, through the very object of desire, from an exterior sense, we ultimately believe we did enjoy ourselves. Thus,
yo, we have that all the time on the internet, actually, right? How many times are you actually laughing when you type lol? How many times are you actually laughing when you type LMAO or Raffle? Never. Or even like the lol emote and stuff. Maybe you're smiling at best. If like it's really funny, you're smiling.
Very external belief. Again, I'm sorry if this doesn't make a lot of sense. I am truly trying my best to make this as understandable as humanly possible. From here, we get into the fundamental relation of the subject, pretty much you, with you, certain forms of symbolic orders, and the like. And mind you, in order to get this condensed down into a video, there are going to be some things that I inevitably skip past.
So like within Zizek's analysis, type like the symbol, the construct of saying lol, LMAO, laughing emoji, laughing emotes, that is just part of this, I guess, like Lacanian super ego of what we wish we were doing in this chat room. How is that connected to ideology? I would have to think about it. Like, where is the ideological connection in that, in the act of laughing in a chat room? But interesting.
The ultimate goal of this video is to contextualize the sublime object of ideology and make the essence of it understandable to most people. So here lies the subject, the ideological subject at that, and the very complex, split Zizekian subject. Zizek builds off the psychoanalytic notion that individuals are always split subjects, divided between the levels of their conscious awareness and the unconscious. With the last portion of the sublime object of ideology being dedicated to the subject, Zizek contends throughout that subjects are always divided between what they consciously know and can say about political things and a set of more or less unconscious beliefs they hold concerning certain political apparatuses, individuals in power, and the like. Authority, ideology, and even the big other and symbolic order split the subject. In simple terms, the subject is essentially divided between an unconscious and conscious split that is ultimately governed by the big other and the symbolic order, the social rituals, customs, norms, and the like. In this section of the book, Zizek ultimately juxtaposes the subject from the structure of the real. He uses the real as a way to explain how the split subject comes to fruition from the symbolic order. So on to the real. And Jesus God Almighty, is this going to be hard to define? This is ultimately why...
I do be fair, yeah, you ask a philosopher to define what is real, and yeah, you'll end up with hours and hours and hours of really complicated text.
Plastic pills at a 30-minute long video just on the Lacanian real. But for the sake of clarity, I will ultimately try my best to explain this. Only as
People that can read this and understand it are smarter than I'll ever be. Yeah, this seems like a really fucking complex book. Like, this video is already really fucking complex, and I feel like I understood maybe like 20% of the video. And I'm happy about that. I'm like happy with those 20%. That's already a lot of food for thought. Like, holy shit, does the book like the book's got to be hard to read.
Neonatal children, are we this close to the state of nature? In the most simple and possibly inaccurate form, the real is almost a representation of our not real selves, a void of nothingness. Ultimately, Lacan says the real is actually not possible because we lose the real when we are presented with language. For simplicity, it is the bare state of our ultimate nature.
I would have said something similar, but I would just go with perception. We lose the real when we access it only through perception. But I understand why he's talking about language, because language means not just the barrier between yourself and the real. Language means there's also the barrier of all the rest of humanity that adds itself to distort what is supposedly real and what isn't. Language is a construction of the thoughts of all other people before you and with you. And those will come and sort of pollute your conception, right? I think that's the meaning of this. The real is not possible because of language thing.
And ultimately, a state of nature of personal nothingness for us, a complete void of emptiness.
We need this stable reality to function properly, represented by this plane. Reality is codified, built up by language, images, and other elements that form coherent significations, that is, meaning. This is where you find the construct of your ideal I, that is, the self that you imagine yourself to be. And it's also where you represent others, actual or imaginary. Ultimately, reality is a fiction meant to protect you from the yawning chasm of the real, a singularity that haunts your day-to-day subjectivity.
Spooky.
Only from the real can we build up our symbols, our objects of desires, ultimately the reality that we perceive. To Zizek, law that stems from ideologies aid in the very process of building up from the real, and ultimately building of the very desire, the object petit a. Ultimately, these laws lay the very groundwork, the very parameters in which we can pursue that very desire itself. According to Zizek, there are split laws here. There are laws that completely suppress our innate pleasure, ones for the greater good of society. Then there are actual laws that are much more sinister, much more quiet, and much more internally embedded. These laws aren't necessarily written down, they're just rather socially accepted. And these laws themselves are posited even more directly from ideology itself. Ones where the superego, the ultimate voice in your head telling you what is acceptable, constantly questioning the nature and correctness of your doing. That is the ultimate sinister law, and that
yeah, that's inhibition, social inhibition. That's the internal laws. The external laws are the laws that are codified in society. The internal laws are that, like, it's the Freudian superego. It's exactly that. This idea that there is this inhibitive force that is what we've learned, what we impose on ourselves, but not because we impose it on ourselves, but because society has told us that is what we must impose on ourselves. In part, I guess it's a bit of a mix of both, actually.
That is ultimately the type of law that builds up your subjectivity, that builds you into a subject born from ideological confines. Ultimately, the subject, you were built up from the very ideology that you were born into. The one with the very positive desires within the symbolic order in which you live. The one with the very positive social norms that you have to adhere to, that is reinforced ultimately by your psyche itself, and the very sublime objects that are placed in front of you. The ultimate position of the sublime object of ideology is articulated at the end of the book from a quote by Hegel. It is manifest that beyond the so-called curtain of phenomena, which is supposed to conceal the inner world, there is nothing to be seen unless we go behind it ourselves, as much in order that we may see, as that there may be something behind there which can be seen. This is the
God, I fucking hate German philosophy. I mean, I love it, but we go behind it ourselves as much in order that we may see as that there may be something behind there which can be, like, Jesus Christ, dude. This is like that meme on 4chan. How can as much as, like, it's just like, it's like remove one or two words from there and just complete incoherent rambling. I love it. Yeah, it is manifest that beyond the so-called curtain of phenomena, which is supposed to conceal the inner world, there is nothing to be seen unless we go behind it ourselves as much in order that we may see, as that there may be something behind there which can be seen. Wait. There is nothing to be seen unless we go behind the curtain ourselves as much in order that we may see, enough that we may see behind the curtain, right? As much in order that we may see, as much as that there may be something behind there which can be seen. Right, so if there's nothing behind the curtain, we can go behind the curtain as much as we might want, and we will not see anything, right? Okay, I got the Ghoster. Enjoy the Crowder Chowder. I'll probably do Crowder tomorrow, considering I got sucked into this like super complex philosophy video. So if you tune in tomorrow, we'll do the Crowder stuff. I guess I think I'll just do the drama tomorrow. But yeah, have a good day. Bye bye.
Ultimate position Zizek holds towards sublime objects of ideology. No matter if it is a theocracy, no matter if it is an oligarchy, these ideologies create these sublime objects and force the subject into thinking they cannot actually question the very existing laws. They can't ultimately create the new social or moral laws that encompass their ideology, their reality. And when we decide to break through that mold, when we decide to change that entire function, we too cannot simply live in a post-ideological world. Thank you guys so much for watching. I have one huge favor to ask.
I'm re-listening to that
the
part.
New social, which can be theocracy, no matter if it is an oligarchy. These ideologies create these sublime objects and force the subject into thinking they cannot actually question the very existing laws. They can't ultimately create the new social or moral laws that encompass their ideology, their reality. And when we decide to break through that mold, when we decide to change that entire function, we too cannot simply live in a post-ideological world.
Right, we need to choose another ideology that we shall espouse, that we shall see the world through. Or like Zizek was saying with regard to the glasses metaphor, you need to put on glasses in order to see clearly. The glasses of ideology, you can't just remove them and see the world as it is, because there is no real to be accessed. There is no freedom from the constructs of our mind. That's a lot of food for thought. I'd have to think about it. Hey, I'm not gonna get into the Crowder stuff. I wanna get those drama viewers, okay? I'm just gonna play some Valorant. I need to shut my brain down after that. Yeah. Yo, thanks for the follow, TXDBeasto5. How are you doing? Did you just join in, or were you watching the wacky philosophy video? Hey there. Oh hi. Oh hi, Mark. How's it going? Good, and you? Hope you're doing good. Just switching categories right now. Like I said, we were just watching some like really deep philosophy video that I probably understood like 20% of, at best. And I'm feeling like shutting my brain down, so I'm just gonna play some Valorant now. I'm an addict, okay? I have a complicated relationship with this game. Do you play Valorant? Is that? It's going pretty good. Thanks for asking. No worries, no worries. Are you? Where are you from? What's up, Mr. Beast? Let's do a little. Do I have any friends? No, I don't have friends. Perfect. That's how I want it. Let's hop into some deathmatch. I'm from Florida. Yo, nice. How's the weather right now in Florida? Is it already like unbearably hot, or are you still? Is it still reasonable? My brother's been. I live in France, but my brother's been in Florida for a while this year. So he's told me a lot about it.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Someone's mid. Oh, so it was right next to me. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was hearing steps. Why am I even picking up the health bar? Oh, got him. Got him. Oh fuck. No. It's sunny over here. Nice.
Dreams are a funny thing.
It's been getting nicer here as well. I live in Paris, so pretty far up north, especially compared to Florida. It's been getting nicer over the past week. Oh shit! Get fucked. I'm enjoying it. I've been going out for walks a lot more often. Okay? Obviously, this is the gaming portion of the stream, but I'm curious, since I've been following. Oh, okay. Oh god. Oh no, way too many people. Oh fuck. How you feel about about DeSantis? I'm curious. What a real Floridan has on his mind concerning Florida politics. Oh god. Oh god. I love when it spawns me in the middle of a bunch of people. Oh, that was bad. With the crouch thing. That's a problem I have with the deathmatch. That was not a problem. Oh, she's good. Toss someone there. Got him. I over like compensated with my mouse. Yes. Politics. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know usually. Oh god. I know usually gamers don't really enjoy the. I'm kind of away from these. I feel ya. Yeah, I know people like when people like want to watch gaming on Twitch, they just want a game, which I totally understand. Yeah, I just want to relax, get away from all that. I feel you. Bad spray. Bad tracking with my mouse as well. Oh, that was good. Yeah, I definitely should, if you're going to tune back into this stream on other days, I do recommend you tune into the later parts of the stream. That's usually when I game. Okay, that was not great. My headshots are on point here today. Oh god, no. Okay, I'm running with the knife. That was not good there.
10 kills remaining.
My spray's just bad, but
that makes 3.
Oh, I'm doing okay actually. I'm feeling good. Oof. Stop. Oh. No. He's gonna re-peek me? Probably not. Yeah. We're playing good enough. Not the best, not the worst. And supposedly my rank puts me in the like top 10% of players, but God knows how many inactive accounts there are. I used to be. Oh, that was a headshot. I used to be pretty damn high ranked in CS:GO, but that was years ago, and I stopped playing for a while.
Typical. Neon stopped.
I think someone's right here. That's the steps I heard. Okay. Oh, he's fighting me with a pistol. Ooh, double kill. Oh no. Yeah, just in the middle. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to suffer from Dunning-Kruger. If you familiar with that concept? I felt that really strongly in CS:GO as well. Like, there was this sweet spot where people were just good enough to know that to know how to play, but they didn't, you know, like know how to communicate and stuff like that, but they didn't know so much about the game. They didn't have that good of an aim that they thought they were hot shit. And then when I started reaching the upper echelons of the ranking system in CS:GO, I was playing with people who were objectively bad. Like I was really on a huge self-improvement trek back then, so I was like practicing every day my aim, doing aim training, arenas, all sorts of stuff, watching pro games, learning strats, learning smokes, etc., etc. And once I was reaching the upper echelons, like I saw pros play. I was watching pro games regularly, so I knew none of us were good. Compared to pros, we were all dog shit. And the people I was talking with, or I was playing with, they all thought they were hot shit. They all thought they were fucking God's gift to the game. That sucked. That really sucked. It was hard for me to find people to play with. Probably one of the reasons why I stopped at that point. Hello, team. How are you doing?
Hello, guys.
Hello. I played CS for a long time. Nice. Oh, are you excited for CS2? I'm very excited for it. Yo, Happy Whale, what you gonna pick?
I'm actually not sure. I'm a washed up brim mate. What do you want to pick?
Aww. Hey, look, this is your chance. Go play Duelist, okay? No one insta-locked?
No.
No? Okay.
No, you can go Duelist. I will fill.
We can just stick with Jet, right? If we get like flashes and some utility, we're good.
What are you feeling for?
I don't know. Okay, I'll fucking play Reyna. Go play something you like. Go, my child. Or we kind of have a million smokes. That actually works.
Yeah, I'm gonna play double smoke.
Yeah, I saw some clips of CS2. I like
can
the
never
smoke
be
color.
too much.
Oh yeah. The smoke color is like a really small change, but it's a huge one. You're right. I really like the dynamic smokes. The volumetric smoke thing, where like the smokes are the same on for you and for all other players, for your opponents. No more weird like glitchy one-ways and all this stuff. But mostly the like being able to shoot through the smokes and make holes in them. That's so cool. I don't know if that will actually be useful in practice, but it looks so awesome. I really like it. I definitely get a ghost on pistol round. I like getting the flash. I don't know if that's like the right play. I think it is.
You're right now. Be ready to swing off my contact. I'm gonna smoke, molly, and then go close with the friendly.
Okay. Sorry. What do you want me to do?
Just be ready to swing on my contact.
Okay.
I will go close with the frenzy.
Okay. I'll flash right away if anything happens. I got one. Oh, one spotted B. I'm gonna rotate early. You can anchor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the communication on this team already.
Still in sight. Spike planted.
Fuck.
Just survive.
Two backside. Omen. Both backside. I saw them cross. Gecko and Reyna are there.
One enemy remaining.
Reyna's still there.
Molly.
Molly.
You got this. Nice. Good defuse. Oh man. It sucks that we didn't kill the Gecko. So, do you play Valorant, Beast? I get the feeling you're more of like a CSGO player with all this discussion about CSGO. Hence the question. But I'm actually, you found me probably in the Valorant category, right? You probably play Valorant. It feels weird to me that the Gecko monster got the free plant there. That's why like I was trying to shoot it, but okay, people late. I need to watch the smoke.
Three, they are all done. All here.
Under heaven clear. Plant interrupted. Gecko screen. Plant interrupted. Wait, they got the bomb back. Oh, one's there. Watch out.
You're low.
One down. One enemy remaining.
Rain is close. Oh, fake TP, fake TP. Ah, good job.
Reloading.
Maybe I should have given the ult to Jet. Ah, that's fine. Jet ult isn't. Wait, I should have picked up the pistol. Never mind. Oh, the Spectre. Oh no. Could have upgraded my gun. Okay, never mind. I was like, I don't know where my brain went there. Probably shouldn't buy armor. Can we play bonus? I'm not sure because we got 3 deaths.
Yeah, just play bonus.
Yeah, okay, let's play bonus. I can drop like a sheriff or something for. No, okay, I guess no sheriff.
Smoke's down.
Beast there.
Yeah, I'm rotating early. Once again.
Oh, source.
Okay, Jet is all pushed up, so. Unfortunate.
More.
Yo, Omen, don't peek. You can play. Oh, the dude's coming in.
They're all in main. They're planting.
Yeah, never mind.
Spike planted.
Okay, I'm going CT. Gonna wait for your smoke to fade, Brim.
Still in sight. Last player standing.
One's over by CT. I should have gone out earlier maybe to make space for the Brim. I don't know if waiting there was the right play. Would have been nice to hit some shots as well. What a weird position for the Gecko to play, like on the other side of the box. I was not expecting that.
You're mine right now.
Stuff A.
Next.
Hey there.
The hunt begins.
Yours 7.
No one.
They are pushing.
Okay. They have heaven. Watch out. God damn it. I fucking hate your ult.
Headshot. Spike planted.
Sage gets kill here.
Last player standing.
Nice. Is he saving? Yeah, I think he is. I don't like that. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh, okay.
My burden never ends.
Oh, fuck. I should have just... Oh, man. I don't know how to play against Euro ult. I genuinely don't. I don't face good Euros often either. I just literally have no clue what to do in that situation, honestly. I should have backed off. Nah, I fought here. I should have just backed off from heaven right away. I should have given it away.
Launching smoke.
I guess that was the mistake.
Has B.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
At least I need to play in a position where I can actually
Feeling sight.
fight your ult.
My ult ready.
On the right.
Cutting their vision. One enemy remaining.
Also backside drop.
Player standing. You will
I should have. I'm sorry. I should have. Oh, no, he's still alive. Okay. I should have V'd away. I'm an idiot. I'm not used to playing Reina. God damn it. Oh, we got the. Oh no! If I had survived there, I could have gotten away.
Once more.
I should have ulted as well.
I'm not tired.
The ult would have been clutch there. I was hesitating to pop it. Ah, shit. That was my chance too. Not a bad round, but it should have been a win. Nice. They're playing mid, they might. Oh yeah, it's B stuff. Huh. That's probably bombed down. Oh.
3.
She back off.
Reloading.
Reina went back into garage. I'm gonna watch mid.
I'm gonna go A.
Yeah, I'm going back to A. Mid is open.
Feeling sight.
Nothing ramp.
I got it. You can hear mid again.
Yeah, I'm going back to mid.
Thirty seconds left.
But both ropes. Oh, my reflexes.
Coming to B. Jet B.
One enemy remaining.
Sage under heaven. Nice.
Good job, guys.
I played.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Hmm. Yo, Omen, ask for a drop. I think. I don't know. They can drop you. Maybe not a vandal, but get like stuff. No, I'll just go with bulldog. Probably should have gone half armor. Cool. I got one on A.
Stay beast.
Euro crossed. Close.
I'm getting out of there.
Reloading.
Nobody's B. Omen. Yeah, they're going BS.
Nice.
Gun here. There.
Ramp
Yeah, no
there.
one B.
No one B yet.
Let's just keep watch here.
Mid.
One mid. Okay, coming.
Opponent killed. One enemy remaining.
Nice, well played.
Reloading.
Perfect anti-eco.
We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Noise. Got my kill through the smoke. Ah man, I still feel bad about not using my ult on that round earlier. It's okay, it's okay. Mental reset, can hit shots. Get kills. Moving on.
BB steps a lot.
Okay, routine. They haven't really faked a single time.
Who's next?
Oh yeah, there you go. Your gold. That is not on me.
Reload. Harun Dervish.
On the money.
Pathetic. One enemy remaining.
We got bomb. Okay, watch mid, Sage. Nice. Okay. I had a I knew she was coming.
I know what must be done.
I felt it in my balls. That was a perfect call.
Gun here.
All right. We got money.
We go.
Stuff A.
A.
No one read.
One ramp, top ramp. Oh, I should have asked for help.
Backs down, people. Oh, heaven.
One more heaven.
One more.
One enemy remaining.
That was close.
Heaven, last.
Still 1 HP on the Sage. Even if she fully heals. It's 40 per Vandal bullet, so... Oh, 41 HP, perfect. Just enough to survive one shot.
What are they doing over there? When the play's not working, call an audible.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what I could have done better in that situation. I could have maybe reflashed, but I don't think I had the time. I guess when I was running and spraying to get out of there, I could have focused my spray, maybe got a kill, and then like used my ghost form to get away.
Mid.
Launching smoke.
One ropes. I'm throwing.
Stepping heaven too.
Yeah, bomb down towards A.
Stim beacon down. Hot shot.
Ropes, heaven, tower.
Your side.
One more tower. Omen tower.
Your duty is
Nice,
not
gotta res his
planted.
teammate. Oh no.
Omen still tower.
One enemy remaining.
If it's safe, you can.
Omen tower.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's not planted safe. Okay. Has a smoke.
Shadows traveling.
Well played.
Good job, Omen.
Nice. God, I need to get more used. I need to be more used to playing Reyna.
Look at me. I know.
Well, that wouldn't. I don't know. I should have just flashed myself out of ropes. Actually, I think that was the mistake. I'm not using my utility properly. Oh, I could have dropped him. It's okay. It's all good in the hood.
Embarrass them.
Multiple.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
They fucking hate A.
Who's next?
I'm gonna ult main, dude.
Open up the sky. Out of here.
Nice.
Dim beacon down.
Reloading.
I think they're rotating. I'm holding main, they're rotating.
Yeah, spawn.
Oh no, my ulti.
On it.
Omen not spawn.
19-8.
Spike planted.
Under heaven clear.
CT
One
one.
enemy remaining.
Nice.
Stealing sight.
Elbow. I think. No? Well, where the fuck is she? Heaven? Yep. Okay. That was... Well, at least I used my ult. I didn't keep it for next game.
Use everything you have.
That's okay.
Lose it anyway. Together.
Stealing sight.
Enemy spotted B.
You will not kill my allies.
One crossed.
Right here.
In vents.
Reyna be main.
That omen smoke is way...
Yeah,
like, actually helped them.
They come to you, Brim.
They're taking B, I think.
Now they come to me.
They went cramp.
Behind him.
No one B.
Ending safe.
Spike planted.
One's coming ropes.
Dim beacon here.
One screens.
Last player standing.
Unfortunate. I wish the omen had smoked better on mid. Like the smoke, so much of the smoke let them get so close. I could have killed the gecko guy, for example. And still 8-4 is a good half for us. Not hating. And it would be 9-3 if I had played, or even perhaps even more if I had played my that round I was about to clutch properly. Okay. I had to change my crosshair. I'm not fully happy with this one.
Bleed them dry.
I bleed them dry. Yes.
Smoke's down.
Default and drifters.
Oh, one backside.
Drained you.
Oh no, I didn't check my corners. That was 100% on me. Yikes. Got a ghost next to you, Omen.
Blinding.
To both. Go rotate.
Can he make it on time? Not even sure, because like their rotate is shorter.
Launching smoke.
Spike planted.
Coming out.
Shadows traveling.
Last player player standing.
No, mid.
One enemy remaining.
Nice talking, bro. Nice fucking talking. Thank you. I had that.
So
Sorry. I gotta do callouts. What do you mean?
Prepare yourself.
It's not like we were fucking chatting away. I get it though. He got deconcentrated by what we were saying. I'll just go with a frenzy.
Launching smoke.
Shadows traveling.
Unfortunately.
One more close.
I didn't VOA. Oh no.
Last player standing.
Got one kill at least. Yeah, I got 2 kills. It's not too bad.
Okay, we know the drill. Can someone stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Let's go with Devour. Go with extra Devour, yeah. I need to be faster. I need to be faster with using the dismiss.
Claw through them. Cover going out.
Feeling sight.
Cover going out.
Smoke's down. Molly.
And smoked. Ref. Backside.
Our spike's down. Spike down A.
Got the spike.
One heaven.
Last player
Just
standing.
out.
Spike planted. Open up the sky.
One enemy remaining.
Got this. Let's try. Fuck. Ah, they're doing the comeback.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
I should have pushed heaven. Probably, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was scared for Brim on site, but in the end he was fine. Like, I wasn't sure whether he was gonna be fine or not. Now let's go full utility. Get the sheriff. Let's fucking go. Oh.
Elbow.
One mid. Come over to.
Oh yeah!
Not
Monster on the
accomplishing
loose!
much here. Oh, I'm detained. They might push.
Spike dropped.
Oh yeah, they did.
Taken down. Enemy
Trade,
spotted
please.
A.
Last player standing.
If they just turned around and shot the thing.
Come on, Omen and Reyna.
The enemy only
Turn up your heating to 5, and then let's fucking go.
Dude, the dude doesn't. Okay. Cringe. Oh, just turn it up. Alright, turn up on these nuts.
It begins.
They will cover. Launching smoke.
Spike carrier's killed.
Spike down B.
Begins.
Ah, fuck's sake.
Go away.
On
Sage is B heaven.
One drops. And drops.
He's mid.
Last player standing. Spike down
My ult's
mid.
ready. Got the spike.
Yeah. That was unfortunate.
My power does not ebb. Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
Come on, let's do a half buy and get thrifty with it.
Yeah.
Let's all just rush out A and go side.
Okay.
Smoke ramps, rafters, C.
I fake B.
Fully smoked. Molly. Enemy spotted A.
Current division.
Carriers down.
Spike
Reloading.
down A.
I have the spike.
Reloading. You fought well. My ultimate is ready. Your duty is not over.
Ain't my time.
Reloading.
I wish I had a gun, but okay. Okay, I'm gonna flash us out.
Cutting their vision.
Barrier created.
Fast.
30 seconds left.
I'm an idiot.
Oh fuck.
Hell, one hell.
Oh yeah, move. Oh fuck.
Player standing.
Why the fuck is he sitting there?
B. One enemy remaining.
Why? What's wrong with
Have
him?
the spike.
10 seconds left.
I should use your slow. Dude. What the fuck? I should have just thrown the bomb to him.
It helps
But
with accuracy.
I should have just thrown the bomb to him so he could plant. Oh god. That was so bad. Like, I still don't understand why you would
Maybe
sit
go
there.
B.
Yeah, sitting in mid.
We have never win A for this house.
Neither have we one on B.
Shadows
Rob.
traveling. Cover going out.
Smoke's down. Been beacon down. Molly.
Still inside.
Why didn't we sage wall? I was waiting for the sage wall.
Silence.
What the? What's going on?
One enemy remaining.
You see him?
Last player standing.
Oh,
Down B.
what's going on in this game? Why are we throwing that?
Let them
Did
try.
Sage not have her wall? What? What the fuck? What the fuck is this game? Dude. We probably should still go B. We're doing better on B than on A, honestly.
Yes, actually, yes.
Reloading.
our RSL's okay. Okay, I guess we're just bait for the rest of the team.
Enemy removed. Healing you. Spike planted. Wall raised. No charges left.
The hunt begins.
All right, let's see what they do.
Yikes.
Nice. Well played.
Last player standing.
That's failed.
Match point.
I will take back what is mine.
Life is pain. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Smoke's down.
Cover going out.
Still in sight.
Who's next?
Current position.
Always here.
Reloading. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Don't resist. My ult.
Oh, fuck. 2 heaven and 1 on site.
Reloading. I have the spike. Blocking sight. Your duty is not over.
Let go for a second.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Omen needs a heal though.
Shadows traveling.
Light planted. Healing you.
Still nice.
Good job.
Time to stock back up.
Well, I got my ult, but what I don't have is... I guess the Bulldog with my ult is probably better than the Guardian. That's one thing I'll say.
Launching smoke.
They will cover. See nothing. Blind.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Stay down.
Spike planted. Launching smoke.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
But I'm gonna grab the Vandal. I feel okay on the headshots. I think that's better at this point.
Let's go again. 3 of them can't buy full.
Okay.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke's down.
Cover
Dim
going
beacon
out.
here.
Black, okay, close left.
My ult's ready.
Stealing sight.
Molly.
One elbow.
Open up the sky. Launching smoke.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh no. Well, GG. Cringe. Cringe game.
Defenders win.
I can't leave it on at that. There's laws against this kind of things. Happy whale. That reminds me of someone I was playing with in a lot in CS:GO. Had a similar name. Let me check my Steam. They were like super toxic. What was their Oh, now I remember. Okay, it was not Happy Whale. It started with Happy, but then it was something else. I'm not gonna dox their Steam account though.
Match found.
Their Steam username. Alright, let's do better. Let's do better. I don't want to D-rank. I don't want to have to work my way back up to Diamond 2. I need some W's. Hello, team. Ooh, Instalock game on point. I see how it is. I think I'm gonna dodge. I think I honestly dodge in this situation.
What did you expect it? It's Diamond Lobby.
Dude, you sound just as depressed as your username. Jesus Christ. I hope you're doing
Just
okay,
tired.
buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good to hear. Good to hear. I love you.
No, it's
Yeah, I got Astra. Astra's good on this map. I think Barber or Gecko. Yo, player 2, are you dodging or what? What's going on?
I can't play Sage.
Okay. I think I'll grab Harbor, just so we have more like, so we have like walls and shit.
Together, we'll crush them.
That seems good to me. Harbor's good on this map. Oh, Warsaw server. Okay, we gotta pop out the Polish for this one. Oh, they got Gecko, Jet, Chamber, Reyna, Sova. They don't have smokes. Interesting. I think B site is going to be key to winning this game then. As in, they cannot really take B site, right?
Think of it this way. The more Radiant I
Okay, team.
them, the less I borrow from all of you.
They don't have smokes. So their retakes are going to be shit. And I don't really know how they plan on defending like B site, but I feel like it might be really easy.
yeah, it's a free one.
Yeah. They literally just have jet smokes and that's it.
We have to win the attacking half. Because they're good at attacking.
Yeah. We need as many rounds as we can get.
Reloading.
Oh fucking hell.
Bow raised. Reloading.
Nice. I'm gonna go watch flank. Oh no, we have a trip. Never mind.
We have one behind, one behind.
Okay, I'm going behind.
Oh shit. Okay.
My eyes are better than yours. Someone is B. Reloading.
Reloading.
Got ya.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Oh,
Hey.
54.
Oh, you fucked that up.
He's good, he's good.
That Sova. Oh, that Sova arrow. Like left me. I was out of position there.
Okay.
Go force or what?
Sure. Yeah, we can force.
Yeah, we can force.
Yeah, let's try it.
Can someone get this?
Let's go full armor. Wanna like rush down mid with the force and see who we kill?
Okay.
Let's go.
We can do that. Maybe
Someone get
doors.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
There. Reloading.
There's a chamber.
Reloading.
Oh,
Chamber
if
three.
we can trade for
Very
it.
good.
Okay.
Trap on my thing, trap on my
Can you
thing.
smoke it? I think him,
Good job.
Nice.
Reloading.
Water rising.
One HP, nice.
Spike planted.
Got you.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Harbor, be careful, bro.
Yeah, don't worry.
He will lurk.
It's coming art.
Okay, I'm watching.
I'll flank him once he comes.
Nice.
Good job.
Get
My
picture.
cleanest work.
Oh, nice, thank you.
Okay.
We will claw our way back up
Perfect.
the light.
Perfect force.
Push mid.
Yeah. Yeah, you can full buy. We're anti-eco right now. We're not playing bonus. Get full armor especially, because they'll have shitty guns. Except maybe their Reyna. Maybe their Reyna has a buy.
The balance. Here.
Good job. No.
Sage, can you heal?
Incoming building. Return
That's
to
a good trade.
dust. Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Okay, let's go B.
Reloading.
We got 2 kills towards B, only 1 towards A.
Flooding them.
Reloading.
Walls up.
It's not planted very well for
Planted.
post plant,
Ultimate
but
ready.
Tripwire destroyed.
I'll go
One is
backside. Sage, let me know when you have heal again.
I don't hear.
nothing link. Body link.
Camera taken out.
One link.
Here.
Wave crashing.
I'm watching flank.
Heaven, right?
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Good job.
Nice, well played.
You see? Their blood. Ordinary.
Nice. That's the good stuff.
They have chamber, guys.
Wanna go A with my ult? Or B with my ult, actually, it doesn't matter. Both work.
Oh, go A, go A.
Chamber has
Okay.
Chamber has ult. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's go A then, yeah.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, there we go.
He's there.
Okay, let's. I'm gonna put a wall to fake, and we can go. V.
Yep.
Yeah.
Come Sage. Come fast. Sage fast.
Guys.
Guys, rotate. Oh, nice, good kill.
Good job.
Check our corners. Yep. Good. Alright.
Flooding them.
Plant the spike. Spike planted.
I fucked up, sorry.
Fuck.
Camera taken out.
That was like... Oh, that was the easiest kill of my life, but I
Cage
misplayed that.
Train harder.
Ooh,
Last
Sage.
player standing.
Clutch plays, never mind.
Yeah.
Enemy
Nice.
down. Cage triggered.
Nice try.
Almost.
Nice try,
Nice try.
well played. Oh, I threw that so hard.
What will it be this time? Have any
I
patterns
feel
emerged?
responsible. It's okay. We're not doing too bad though.
I can try to lurk mid, and you can push with the
For
Harper.
your rain and we need your flash. Don't go lurker.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just go A with my ult and stuff, and we have Sage ult too,
Yeah.
so Sage can res when we trade.
I need hope, guys.
Yep. We're with you.
Walls up. Let's turn the tide.
Cutting their vision.
Art.
Oh, backside. Nice.
Good job. One flowers, two flowers.
HP.
Spike down A.
I have retrieved the spike.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Not good.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen.
Okay,
Remember
that did not work as I expected it to.
Yeah, just this tactic.
Need a drop.
Yeah, let's stick with like either mid control or straight up B, I think. That seems to work better. Nice.
Sola is on B.
Good job.
Cool.
Spike down.
Nice, we got the spike, we got the spike. We don't need to fight the op. Let's go. One flank.
Oh fuck me, I'm low.
80.
Go back.
Are you kidding, bro? Reina, why? Back. Why back?
I'm following Jets.
My bad.
Bro, why are you following me? Why didn't go side?
It's fine, we have time, We can fuck with them.
They have up, careful. There.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Last
Mid,
rain was
mid,
mid, yeah. I'm gonna plant in the open on B.
Blocking fire.
Double long, maybe.
Yeah, she could be long.
Spike planted.
Hey, bonne nuit. Ah, enfin, j'imagine que c'est...
Your
Nice, good job.
journey ends here.
Ouais.
Woo! We got this.
À la fin de la partie. Bisous. Alright, that was a good round.
The chamber will play OP, guys. Be careful, okay?
Okay.
Where can you drop? Harbor.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Of course. Alright, so let's keep getting that mid control. It's working really well.
Play slowly, play shift.
Go on, B.
Nice.
Good job.
Nowhere to run!
He's pushing main, I think.
Blocking sight.
Water ride.
Harbor the default.
Shield going up.
Inside. He's main.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A. 3.
One enemy remaining.
We don't know where.
I got the spike.
Last player standing.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, nice try.
Bro, why are you picking him, Reina?
Yeah, that was a mistake from Reina. It's okay.
Clutch.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell.
I'm sorry, Reina. I think I think we have to force because you're the only one without a gun. I'm not sure if that's the solution.
They have OP on B, guys. Be careful.
Oh, break the solar.
Let's get set up.
Okay.
Nice, brother. Cypher, you have ult. Come. Cypher, come and use ult.
Yeah,
Coming.
Wait, guys. Wait, play slowly.
Holding art.
Oh, I still on B. Where did you kill him?
Doors.
Everyone.
Wait.
Okay.
Walls up.
Guys, I'm on A.
Go plant.
Maybe one side. Be careful.
Wait, but the Cypher ult showed us no one on site. What do you mean?
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
I'm detained.
So he's 1 HP. And CT.
And one art.
Flooding them.
One enemy remaining.
Art.
Team A.
Good job.
Wait.
Good job.
Good job.
You guys are so much better than my last team.
Oof.
Prepare yourselves. We
I feel like I didn't deserve to survive
Go
there.
B. They don't come
I
on.
can drop you, Reina. Oh, actually, maybe Sage should drop you instead. If, Sage, can you drop?
Thank you.
Yeah, bro.
Thank you so much.
Cypher, can you use trap behind?
I will do that.
Hold yours here.
here.
Try not to get shot, okay?
Try not to get shot. Okay.
I'm gonna flash.
Water
Get out
ride.
of my way. Enemy spotted B.
Let's burn the die. Shields going up.
Reload.
Spike planted. Kill confirmed.
Good job.
Can you heal?
Yeah.
Healing you.
Nice. One CT.
Pathetic.
Jet on site.
I hit 4.
Buff.
Yeah, 2 mid lane.
One enemy remaining.
Water rising.
I'll pitch.
Nice.
Good job, bro. Final Reina.
Alright. That's what we want to see.
Hey, loosen up.
Need a drop.
It's only life or death.
Thanks.
They have chamber ult again. He's playing art or mid.
Yep.
You can play slowly mid again.
Yep.
Can we try to like fake B and go away.
I will,
Sure.
I will destroy it.
Okay, I'll fake with my utility, and you guys go A. I can throw walls and
Oh,
block vision,
oh,
so they
okay,
don't know
okay,
if we're
okay.
there or not.
Go. Just slow this.
You want to play? Let's play.
Reloading.
Geeko mid.
Reloading.
We're coming.
Watching the spot.
Gonna reflank.
Plant.
Cypher, what are you doing, bro?
What?
Bro, I'm stuck, bro. Hello.
Ban.
Cypher, I am stuck. Can you move?
I can't move.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, one art. Last art. Nice,
Good job.
Why is my team so mad at each other? What's going on?
I know what must be done. Can someone get
I
me?
hit.
Thank you.
No, never mind. I thought I had ulti again.
Suspecting fuel by op.
They have operator. They can
Yeah.
buy operator. Chamber can buy operator, guys.
Yep.
Oh wait, they have like a 4-star eco. So we can still go B.
Depends. Yeah, depends on if Chamber owns us with an op or not.
Play shift.
I'm gonna try to pick. Watch.
Oh, they're playing marshals. Okay. Nice. Nice.
Good job.
One more.
Oh fuck.
Got the drone.
Nice.
Blocking fire.
Barrier created.
Flooding them.
Light planted.
One B connector. Thank you. Wall up in 3.
Both there.
Enemy remaining.
One more. Good job,
Nice, I stole
good
the
job.
kill. Yeah.
Last round in the half.
I will push A with my ult. Go fast.
Yeah,
And
I'll.
Heather, can you take orb?
Yes. I was gonna say I want to take the
Reyna,
orb.
come, Reyna.
Yeah.
Reyna, come. Reyna, come.
Sage, take the bomb.
Okay,
Since I'll be picking up
We
orb.
will play fast. Reyna,
Okay.
just use flash here,
Weapon
okay?
here.
Go here and use flash side.
Let me find you again.
Water rising.
Get orb.
Oh,
Get
give me
the
orb.
orb. Wait.
Ultimate ready.
Still in sight.
Go.
Still in sight.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, two. One is couple.
Oh fuck the. You can go in and
We
plant.
can go rotate.
Yeah, true.
My camera is
One is behind maybe.
Behind.
Reloading.
Yeah, one is behind, guys.
Shit, sorry.
Yeah, let's
Trade.
go rotate.
Down
Yeah,
A.
let's run.
careful. Reloading.
Reyna playing it.
Water rising.
Jet art.
Right
And
there.
plant over there.
Chamber trap. Chamber is close.
Last
Behind the
player
wall.
standing.
Oh,
We
I
haven't
didn't check there.
checked.
I'm sorry. Fuck.
Enti. Good half.
Good have.
Switching
I didn't
sides.
check the corner. Ay.
Just let them try to catch me.
I was thinking while running there too, like, wait, I'm running with my knife out. That's so stupid. It's okay. That was a bad play on my side. What are we doing? I'm gonna go here actually, so I can throw my wall through mid to A. No, not this one. Oh, there you go. Do something like this.
I can play double rush.
Oh, okay. I was gonna wall through mid towards A, but
Go art, Harbor.
yeah, I'm going art.
They don't have smoke, guys. It's A.
Walls up.
One mid, chamber.
Good job.
Oh, one art? What?
Bro!
Last player standing.
Oh fuck.
Spike down A.
Nice try.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Reloading.
Yeah, Jet?
Reloading.
I thought you guys had sight, Jet. All I could see on the minimap was like you guys were controlling main, but Reyna was
Bro,
actually already here.
How he can play here?
Because she came from A. She didn't come from mid. That's what I'm fucking saying. She came from your
Yes,
side.
I know, but bro, we told you they're A.
Yeah, and
He
didn't
said
tell
that
me they
he's-
passed.
It's B, it's B, it's B, it's B, it's B.
Yeah. Ha, bro, are you fucking kidding me, Herbert? I'm using shift.
What the fuck is this?
B-link.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
65 chamber.
Bro, why use ult trap?
This is the beginning of that.
One dead.
Everyone's flaming each other. And it's been for that.
But Harbor, why didn't you?
Stop flaming each other, please. It's all good.
Too good.
Thank you right now. Yeah, we're not fucking losing. Chill. Got stuff in
They're
there.
playing
Chamber
garbage.
B,
Go
chamber
back, go
B.
back.
One more.
Chap, guys.
Nice.
One more art, last art.
Pushing up.
Go back.
Good job, good job, good job, good job, good job.
Seen our power. Spike spotted A.
Alright.
They're just batteries.
I can drop Harbrask.
Oh, thank you.
Can someone spot me? Shukriya. Thank you.
Wait, what about Cypher? Maybe just drop Cypher or
I can buy you a Vandal.
oh,
Safe.
Reyna can drop you. Yeah. Nice. Stuff
Save maybe.
Walling. Could be one mid.
Maybe it's fake.
I don't think so.
Nowhere to run!
One art.
Bro, art coming, art.
B-link.
They will rotate.
My
Link
wall was
one.
bad there.
Two B-link. One
Nice.
more.
That's huge.
B-link.
I won't pick.
That's huge from Reyna.
Planting B.
Nice. That's huge from Jet.
They can't. That.
On art.
Cutting their vision. Finished. One enemy remaining.
Last one, B
Nice.
link.
Well played. We have bomb.
30 seconds
Yeah, I
left.
know.
Still there.
Don't need to fight him.
Yeah,
Don't pick. It's okay.
Good.
Just stay.
Good round. Very good
Yes,
round.
in time.
10 seconds left.
Yep, he has to save. Nice.
Good job.
Looks like I was the stronger one.
He should have saved actually, yeah, the Phantom.
If they try something.
Would have been worth saving that for sure. For sure. Gecko diff. Where is he? Oh, because Gecko's bottom fragging. Okay. That's not very nice. That's not very nice of the enemy team.
Maybe it's B.
No one B.
Be careful, they can fly.
Stuff mid.
Flooding them.
Maybe B link right now.
One art.
No one.
I'm flying back. Two art.
Maybe it is.
May rotate, careful.
Watching me.
Okay, I need to let them cross.
Bro, can you hold me?
I'm watching your main.
Fuck.
Is it 8? Like, okay.
What? How did Gecko get there? And what was Cypher
Maybe
doing?
they will rotate in B.
I got baited so hard by Cypher being close to
Yeah,
me.
B link.
Yeah.
Planting B.
Spike down B.
That was well played from Reyna.
Okay, we are
30
coming.
seconds left. Cutting their vision. Spike planted. Last player
Oh,
standing.
the Gecko lurk. Fuck. Oh, the whiff.
Bro, on CT. Maybe he's going link. Yeah, two link.
What the fuck? Why can't
nice
I hit
try.
him? I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
That was a nice try.
Will they try the same old tricks?
We need to eco, I think. And well, we can try a force, but
Okay, one eco.
I buy pistols now.
okay.
I will find you.
Yo,
I will
I
push.
wanna try like actual mid control.
Watch this.
Okay, Sova mid. I'm falling back.
Double rush.
Nice, Reyna.
Wait.
Spotted mid.
Ah, whiffed.
That's really no.
I hit 92 on Sova, so he's 1 HP.
B link 2.
Nice.
Planting B. One
Good job, good job, good job.
So he's low HP.
Spike planted.
There is one more. Yeah.
Reload, no.
Nice.
Nice. So he's low.
Why would you go for the reload there? I probably would have done the same mistake, but still.
One backside, one CT.
Yeah, I know.
Cage triggered.
Oh,
Thank you.
Nice try, nice try.
Good eco. 3 kills is good.
Yeah.
Where will they go this time?
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Going for the operator. I see how it is, I see. I can't peek this. It's actually fucking dangerous. Oof, stuff mid. I'm throwing wall to help you, Sage.
Chamber B.
I'm rotating.
Fuck. One art. Oh. Playing well.
Jet is also B.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Reloading. Cage triggered.
Spike planted.
Good job.
Oh my god, 1 HP solo.
62 chamber.
One more.
Where is one more?
Yeah, you
Just
told me.
chamber.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice try.
Let's try.
Guys, why are you picking arts? Huh? I'll run Cypher. Why are you picking them, guys? Just don't pick, okay? They don't have smoke, they can't play.
Shit ass.
Speak, okay?
Just don't peek, bro.
Just don't play
Just
mid.
never peek. Or we could like actually control mid so we don't get fucking flanked halfway through the round.
Go eco, Harvey, go eco.
Just
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm actually like this eco.
someone B. Yeah, it's B.
Mid.
2B. There's a chamber.
Don't pick.
Shut up. Stop, don't know what to do.
Gun here.
Okay, good push.
Reloading.
One going gay. Two are going gay.
Bro, why you leaving B?
I'm good. I need to mute the jet. This is so obnoxious.
Because the Cypher side. Okay.
Drop.
Get out of my way.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Don't.
Spike
You have
planted.
flash.
Stealing sight.
Dude, let him fucking play.
You have a gun on your left.
Yeah, Phantom is here. NT, bro.
1-1.
Let them try to get through me.
Alright. Moment of truth. I feel like the Reyna would have won that if she aimed down sights.
Nice, bro.
In that situation. She aimed down sights, she headshots the Cypher. That's a good situation.
Wanna try to push me?
It's dangerous, but sure.
Cutting their vision.
Oh, nothing mid for once. Okay, it's probably B.
The hunt begins.
Nowhere to run.
Going behind them. Wait.
I thought I could get her through the fucking...
Watching this spot.
That's a good kill. It's a very good
Spike
kill.
planted.
Got you.
player
keep spraying.
standing.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, they have two ops.
Reyna, you are
Okay.
so fucking bad bro, you know?
Thank you.
Kötürüm aptal seni ya. Elini kolunu ayağını.
Not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
This guy is so fucking toxic.
I don't get the point why you're flaming me. Won't help you.
Here. It's actually winnable too.
Let's fly.
Again, something.
He'll play.
Water rising.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
They have two ops.
Here. My camera is destroyed.
They don't play.
Still pushing. Still in front of the main, I mean.
Who's looking mid? Harbor.
Good kill.
One more? Here's more!
Let's turn the tide.
Spotted A.
Reloading.
Have bomb.
Reloading.
Don't pick, don't pick, don't pick, don't
30
pick.
seconds left.
Okay, we have one.
Spikes here.
Flooding them.
Hold up. Nice bro. They can't play, they can't play.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. Ace.
I'll play.
Yes!
Anyone dehydrated? Need a quick
Oh,
rinse?
actual
Just checking.
fuck.
I can drop you, Sage. Sage,
What, bro?
I can drop you.
Can someone get this?
Thank you.
No problem.
Reyna, go play here, Reyna, go.
Reloading.
Okay.
Stuff mid.
Walls up.
Wall raised.
Nice.
Oh, I missed.
Nova was on mid.
Yeah, Silver drone to B connector. One.
Go back, Reyna, go back.
Yeah.
Be careful, Cypher behind you.
My eyes are down.
Art.
Okay.
Cage triggered. Caught one. Put down.
Both art.
Cage triggered.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike
Cool,
down
Mark.
A.
Coming back.
Where the fuck is she?
Even
Okay.
death cannot stop me.
How the fuck
Just
she?
guys, let's go one more round. Let's go.
Yeah, we can do it.
Time to stock back up.
Alright.
Can someone spot me?
Yo, I need
Buy
a drop.
hard weapons.
Shukriya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Nice. Well, average.
They can buy
They have
because get
3
money
echo.
and Jet have-
Yeah, they don't have money. Like,
Oh, this, Jet will drop one, so they have
Out of
2
my
echo.
way.
Oh, Jet drops 2 because she has ult.
Maybe.
Barrier created.
do you stay B?
Yeah, stay B.
Yeah.
They have one mid.
Okay.
Maybe Art. I hear her.
Yep.
Hold her.
That's drone, just to break the thingy.
Hold my hand.
Wave crashing.
Coming, I'm
3
coming,
yard,
I'm
3
coming.
yard.
Cage trigger.
Don't pick, don't pick, don't pick. Wait for me.
There's push.
I threw my wall too late.
Rest.
Actually.
My
One more.
Nice, good job, man. Just don't die.
Careful B.
Where is everyone?
Try to ult. Sage,
Spike planted.
try to ult.
Your duty is not
Okay, we can play, guys. Wait.
We can play retake.
Wait us.
Harbor.
Drone connector.
Need your smoke.
We got a clear connector, so.
Water rising.
There was one.
One is elbow.
Standing.
Backside.
What is this?
Attackers win.
So badly. Arjun was so toxic. Jesus Christ. I misplayed a little bit. Ay. I like that the Reyna has the top combat score though at the end. I feel like our Reyna played well. I feel like our Jet was really obnoxious. Alright. I'll get back to Diamond 2 another time. So be it. Alright, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I need to go.